Hello! Welcome! Welcome, everybody. Hopefully everything's good. Welcome to the Astropub, the office hours, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? You really need to get my hair cut. Too long. I'll get it tomorrow, next week. Happy belated Canada Day for those of you in the Great White North, and happy early 4th of July, my fellow Americans. There's a new game called Star Rupture that has solar stuff pirates should have. Yes, it's great. I love Star Rupture. I played it with Loken and crew at some point. There's also a ton of new mech games coming out. Now, most of them seem to be inspired by either Armored Core or Zone of the Enders, but they're all pretty good. They all look pretty cool. A lot of them are independent. There's one that I found. All right, this is its name. We're gonna watch it together just at the very beginning because I think it's funny. The name of the game is Cats in the Shell. Somebody linked me to this, and I was like, "This is hilarious." Depending on how this is, we need to play it. I don't really like the VR mech games; they're decent, but a lot of them are like PvP and you know. But INS is technically a mech game as well, and that looks pretty fun. I think it's an auto battler. I just thought the name was hilarious. Remember SWAT cats? Yeah, think that, but mechs. Because you also have your like cat avatar who's the pilot of them. But again, I think it's an auto battler. Oh, Paul, I bought Titanfall 2 last week for $5. About 4 hours into the campaign. It definitely has a lot of neat stuff going on. I don't know if I'd say the best campaign of all time, as you said. Have you had a chance to try out the new VR mech games? A few are really neat and direct cockpits. I haven't really. Have you gotten to the level yet? That's the question. Have you gotten to the level yet there, Raven? Once you get to the level, it makes a little bit more sense. Just be Let me see what the level is. Cause, effect and cause is what it's called. Level 5. Okay, yeah, you're literally right before the level that is everyone raves about. Once you get to effect and cause, it's about halfway through. That's where the game goes from being pretty good to being the best single player experience. What's your favorite cargo ship and why? Cargo ship is the max. Followed closely by the raft. They're kind of tied, but I do like the max because it's got a smaller footprint. I'm glad to see Zach is still around. See, I thought that he might have left as well because on his Twitter profile, he it said made games you may have heard of, and I was like, okay. And then he re-added, yeah, I'm still working at CIG. I was like, okay. Whew.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Shinobi Trip _ just resubscribed for 41 months. Shame the CQ7 got delayed.
Thank you so much for that 41 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers, chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Yeah, I mean, basically, there's no way to slice it. Basically, all of 410 was delayed. What we have left is support the miners for missions from Recco, combat clothing, hairstyles, the ordnance cargo holder. Oh, no, the CQ7 is still coming in, according to this, still in 4.9. Combat ship UI improvements, juvenile and adult Valakar behavior updates, and ship flyby. The things that got delayed was Siege, Instancing, Recco Battalia, the Super Heavy, and the Apocalypse Arms, Gatling gun. And, of course, the new Wicklow ship offerings, item recovery, Ninetales armor updates, because that's exact with Siege of Orison, and the fuel tanks and consumption balance. Didn't say that was likely to happen. If I remember correctly from that video, he didn't say it was likely to happen. He said it could happen because they still want to do 4.9, but they said they could delay if they have to. It was Jared that said they'll either delay 4.9 or remove content from it. Yep. There's a little bit more. Yes, I did. I did have to cancel it. Besiege. I don't know why I have M there. So we had warning. Yes. There's more to it than just the delay, though. It's important to read the entire, which we'll do as a capsule, because it kind of goes over in depth. The TLDR is... There's no way to cut this anyway other than what it was. CIG's bug reporting and fixing systems were a nightmare. They were garbage. They didn't work. My best guess is that CIG is a studio that likes to have people wear many hats. So likely somebody was wearing many hats, including things like bug cracking and fixing, and that hat became the tiniest hat compared to their bigger hats. And no one gave it a priority because they were focusing on features, they're focusing on squadron, they're focusing on new ships, new missions. Like, the bug issues were at the very bottom. This is, again, my guess. Nothing like official, but based off of the people I've talked to in the past and recently, not recently, like a couple weeks maybe. there's just a way things are done at CIG. And the big thing that I believe likely happened was, why focus on bug fixing when you're going to replace the thing that is already buggy? It's software development basic logic. Don't spend time bug fixing a problem that is literally just a temporary solution that you're going to replace in the next couple of months. The problem with that logic is people are actively playing and using your product, so you kind of still need to support that. Do you think we'll get a tech-specific Star Citizen Live about instancing, Paul? I don't know. It's not just a delay because of instancing. It's a delay because they need to take some of those resources and focus them on bug fixing and fighting fires. It feels like CIG is constantly out of time, so everything gets put to a minimum viable and then move on. That's been their culture for a long time. And that leads to a lot of band-aid fixes to problems that need more solutions that they don't want to put the time and effort in to fix those solutions. Like Transport Refactor going to Grimhex and being promptly forgotten. To be fair, they've expanded the transit refix, the transit refactor to, I think, Area 18 in 4.9. So they are expanding the transit refactor slowly. CIG seriously needs to hire people from the early internet to learn how to organically build role-playing in the verse. If they want people cooperating, they need to get the hell out of pew pew mode. There's a lot of problems that CIG has when it comes to making the game, and I don't think mentality is one of them. I think they have a good plan for solving the everyone shoot everyone situation. The problem is we don't know if that plan is still in place, because the plan always seemed to be negative reputation. For those of you who may not know, the original concept, as Chris explained it and as other people explained it in the early project, was reputation would be the gateway upon which players would be determined or would be judged by the rest of the verse. So if you took a mission for a specific faction, and the factions that were antagonistic to that faction, you would lose reputation in those antagonistic factions. So, like, working for Xenothreat, you would become an enemy to the CFP, the Headhunters, the Rough and Ready, the Pyro, the Fire Rats, Horizon Gang. All those people would hate you. So, or would dislike you as you're working with Xenothreat. So it would naturally balance out where if you were being a shitball, you would be getting more negative reputation, which would attract more negative attention. Bounty hunters would be sent out after you, hit squads would be sent after you, the UE Navy would be sent after you, and if you were participating in certain things like murder, you would be getting more negative reputation from every faction, because especially if you're doing like piracy, most pirates don't like people being loud, because the idea is if you get loud, you draw more attention. So in the end, being a shitbag would get you negative reputation, which would effectively kick you out of the circles that you would need to survive, even in like hostile space, because you're like, you're making the street the block's too hot, motherfucker. Why are you going around shooting people? The problem with that is that it's a very complicated web. And CIG realized that if you have a bunch of micro factions, it will cause problems where you could negatively impact one group versus another. Like you could do a mission for Crusader security, but then you screw up the transportation side of Crusader, like for a mission, and you'd get negative rep with them. So now Crusader would shoot at you, even though you have positive rep with their security services. They'd still shoot at you. So they wanted to streamline and simplify reputation into smaller groups, which is why they had they created the Haulers Guild, the Mercenaries Guild, the Council, all of those things. They're created as a way of sort of unifying the rep inside organizations. They also seem to have been moving away from negative reputation being a balancing factor because they didn't want to lock people out of the experience. So that's the problem. The problem is CIG has a plan, and they could still use that plan, but that plan requires technology which is still not yet released, and we don't even know if they're going to actually stick to it. This is true, but I was referring to the more day-to-day life rather than mini instances and PvP content. They seem to be in Squadron 42 mode, is what I meant. No one wants to get a Starbucks and do life things. Well, it's because there's no part of that reputation system is also adding in things like, or part of that on top of the reputation system was to do things like having food buff your specific stats, to have missions dedicated to that sort of thing. Like there was at one point a plan. They had recorded like mocapped and audio recorded mission givers missions where you would go see your mission giver and they would take you to like a bar and you would just hang out and talk with them. That was your mission, was just to go hang out and talk with the mission giver and get to know them and have a conversation with them. So you get to know the characters a little bit more. To sort of like build reputation, but also to build like rapport with some of these mission givers. So you kind of got to know them. There's a lot of other features that CIG has planned, but they're so far away that they might as well not exist. See, that would have been funny if it happened, though. At least funny for a while. Yeah, CIG has definitely thought about removing a lot of the contact, the mission contact stuff from the Mobi-Glass and making it more physical, so you actually have to go to places to pick up missions. But that's also a band-aid, because what they really need is a reason to go to landing zones. And it shouldn't be more than just shopping. Well, Rekko is kind of back as a physical mission giver. She just physically talks to you from your Mobi right now. Eventually, she will be in person. They still have her spot for her. Players just have to be aware of the choice and its implications. Players don't read. That's the problem. The reality is that players don't want to read mission text. They don't really care about mission text. They care about the most money and the most things. They care about the meta. They don't really care about the context. No one cares to stop Xenothreat. They're stopping Xenothreat because they get free blueprints. Mundane things you can't really add until you actually have a baseline to understand what is mundane and what isn't. I'd like to have a go physical place for more unique singular missions. Imagine rep grinding for rep, and you have to go to a physical place each time. The idea is, so for some of the missions that you would get from some of the mission givers, you would have to go to a physical location. And it usually worked in tiers. So you had, we'll just say chapters. You had chapter 1 introduction mission. Sometimes that would be go meet somebody in person. Sometimes it's just go do this mission. And then afterwards you would go meet them. Sometimes you wouldn't meet them until chapter 2, whatever. You would have a do this mission for me. Then you would have a series of missions you could do which were repeatable, which, you know, like, let's say 3 different missions types that you could do for them, that would work your reputation up until you got to chapter 2, which would be level 2 of the reputation with them, where maybe you go meet them physically and they have you do something. Then you work your way up to chapter 3, and maybe that's remote, maybe that's physical. The idea being it depends on what the story they're trying to tell with these mission givers is. And then you work your way up to these. So you have these milestones until you reach the top of the mission list, and then they send you off to somebody else they know. The good thing about stories telling like that is that there is no cap. You can continue to tell chapter stories with that person as much as you want to, as long as updates. You know, add 3 more chapters to Recca Battaglia, 3 more chapters for Twitch Pacheco. It doesn't matter. You know, 2 more chapters for Miles Eckhart. So it allows you to continue to tell stories with that character, and maybe even crossover stories between with other characters through updates. Because there's really no way and you can constantly do in between missions to work on them if you need to. I would argue the way to make them read is by giving the consequences. You'll read and comprehend the results of your actions the second time. Yeah, but a lot of people would feel mad about it. Blueprints that we now have to buy a mining ship and spend hours and hours to get mats to craft a reward. Honestly, what the fuck? I mean, that is an issue. And CIG does need to have in the loot table high quality mats for certain missions, because that would get people to do things like what is that called? Contested zones and ASD facilities. Like a lot of the high quality components, they should just replace with high quality mats.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
You can
Never.
Ever take away my space game.
Daft Zippo has subscribed.
Thank you, Dav Zippo, for that tier 1 subscription. You are a very important pupper, very impressive, very bleeding pedestrian. This is your fault. There's no drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. 07, take a point for plus. Thank you. Most crafting games, you just use tools. It's not a whole career path you have to grind towards. It's a pickaxe that you press 1 to hold. Yeah, but the thing is what CIG is trying to do is make crafting, specialty crafting, a thing. Because this isn't even the grindiest crafting will be. Eventually, there will be better versions of every piece of gear you can get in game. And it will require you to focus on research to be able to even get that better version. So instead of generalist everyone crafting like everything they possibly can, the idea is that some people will specialize in very specific crafting recipes that they'll then modify the fuck out of and really, really focus on it. That's really the goal of crafting. It's a approach that's similar to Star Wars Galaxies. Yeah, it's not a survival crafter. This isn't survival crafting. Though I think that they could use survival crafting a little bit. They really need to make the gameplay fun, like a gunplay of Destiny 2 is second to none. If they could do that for Space Combat 2, then simplifying Star Citizen wouldn't bother me much. I think that's one of the issues I see, is that CIG seems to sort of like want to play this in between out game with like, is Star Citizen a sim? Is Star Citizen a space arcade game? What is it? And It doesn't have to be super arcade. Like just because you or super sim, like just because you say you're a sim or you say, oh, it's an arcade game, doesn't mean it's like Star Fox or, you know, DCS. You can go somewhere in between as long as it's engaging and fun. I think that's the biggest problem. This event is entirely for the ship sale. I have no hard feelings about the in-game blueprints reward for this event. I'm hoping there will be a real reward with Siege of Orison, but we'll see. Absalon, you've got a point. Here's the thing that I wanted to make about Xenothreat. Xenothreat is fine. The problem with Xenothreat is that there is no consequences. There is no storytelling. Xenothreat has back. Why? We don't fucking know. Do we give a shit? No. There is no consequences for Xenothreat showing up other than go play game, please. Go get these blueprints. So go grind. Go grind. Go, like, what Xenothreat event is like a weekly or a daily in any other MMO. A pointless task you're going to do for a reward. What they should be doing is these events should be leading to a major event, leading to a major story point. And players should have some impact in those stories, like Chris has wanted since he started this game and mentioned about things like this. You can do that. And I get a lot of this is them practicing it, but this is the like third version of this event we've had in 3 years. Like it's the same event with slightly different tweaked parameters. They know what they're doing. They know how to do it. Just make it actually have a story point. Actually give it some teeth. Give it some consequences. I was saying everyone is playing for something different. And they aren't telling us if the game is for us. RP, hard sim, trad MMO, space epic adventure. What is it? Who is the target? COG will just constantly tell you that it's for everyone. That's all they'll say. They'll never tell you who it's for. They'll just say it's for everyone. And because they're cowards. And at the end of the day, they'll eventually settle on something and it'll piss somebody off. Sad part is if you read the loading screen to know the lore, there's a reason they had a resurgence, but it's not told in game. I mean, kind of. The Huxaw is a problem, but I don't really know why Xenothreat's coming back, other than the Huxaw problem. Ironically, Hathor isn't an event. No, it's a sandbox sort of thing. I've been playing for almost 2 years, and about the only event they've put in that I enjoyed is really spent time in is Hathor. These grind for skins events just don't appeal to me. Oh, that's what you were responding to, that Del. Okay, I get that. Yeah, it doesn't. They don't work unless you have a story. Like, here's a very simple idea, pitching it out there in case CIG wants an example. The hunt for the commander. Now that you have Xenothreat invading, now the UEE wants you. They've asked Foxwell to find the commander of Xenothreat. And so once every couple of months, you have an event for the hunt for the commander. And your goal is to find information where the commander is, leading to this big event where you can find the commander. And you can fail these events if you don't do enough of them a certain number of times. Maybe you have an attack and defend sections where if you don't defend and you only attack, then you can change it. You can have your GMs tweak it a little bit and just have like the modulations like that. And you could use pyro locations to get into it. And the goal is to acquire a certain amount of intelligence. And that bar for intelligence will go up for each event. And you have to reach a certain point to find them. Once you've reached that certain point for that intelligence, then the commander is discovered and you have this big event that they could plan ahead of time for like a big boss battle, where it's like the siege of Xenothreat, where they build out a location for a big fight, and you can have an instance situation where people are charged to go in with Xenothreat, maybe go in with like Foxwell on the ground, and you see allied NPCs around you, and you're like running through the base trying to kill people, stopping to like fight the like these like, you know, you end with a big boss battle, not necessarily with the commander, but like another group, you know. Well, we can't use Pyro Xenothet braces. That requires them to remember Pyro exists. But that's my point, is like they could use existing assets to tell a story that culminates in this capture of the commander of Xenothreat. Bro, straight up putting Helldivers into Star Citizen. It's an example. Helldivers is a really simple solution to the same problem. But this isn't just Helldivers. This kind of stuff happens in WoW. It happens in Star Wars: The Old Republic. Like these sorts of events, or it happens in Elder Scrolls Online. These sorts of events happen all the time. They're like little mini story elements. But that's using existing assets, existing missions, and then all you have to do is record audio and like the mission givers, the Foxwell guy being like, all right, the UE's asked us to hunt down the commander. We need your help. We need to start finding out where he is and his locations. You know, we know he's somewhere in Pyro. We'll give you some updates here on a couple of locations. We need you to attack. They already did that. They already had the formula with Frontier Fighters versus other factions. They did exactly this, which ended in the capture of Amelia Boyd. They didn't. They couldn't even put that much effort into this. Yeah. Yeah, that's my point. It's like, this is not even something that CIG hasn't already done. You just stretch it out over a year. It can still do interesting stories. Like another one is hunt down, just because these are characters that are known, Dr. Yorit. Like, you got to go find where Dr. Yorit is. And it's not necessarily to arrest him. Maybe it's because he's vital to the war effort. You have to go find him because he has information that's vital to the war effort on Vanduul biology. And he's hiding somewhere amongst the Shattered Blade in Nyx. And maybe the Vanduul are invading Nyx. So you have missions where you have to go fight back the Vanduul and in the process recover Yorit. Find Yorit, bring him back to a secure location. Yorit has broken the formula for superhumans. You can now truly become the chosen one. And again, you don't have to have the main character be that. You can't. It's not like oh, you're going to go rescue Yorit. It's like, go rescue his lab assistants, or somebody who has information on him. Maybe have Dr. Yorit has been captured by a Xenothreat and you're forcing him to do something. You have to rescue him and work with him even though we hate him. Exactly. Like, you can do, which are just audio files, video, like little talking heads on your mobiGlas, and text files. Like, they already have this technology. It's just a matter of prioritizing. And I think if they had a long-running story with consequences, where the outcome is determined by the players, that will change something in the verse, then the players would be more invested. This game has been stagnant and unresolved for 2 years now. That's the problem. It's been about 2 years since CIG released 4.0. We know they can do these sorts of events. They've been doing them since like the end of the 3.x phase of stories, of patches. It's now a matter of actually just turning them into multi-part, month events. I mean, even mechanically speaking. Yeah. But I mean, we're talking about like, how would you make this event that they're currently doing with Xenothreat better? Because there's no stakes. There's just no, it's go grind for blueprint, you know? Hey, Alex. Also, who's to say that Dr. Yor didn't join Xeno on his own? I mean, he wouldn't be the kind of person who likes Xenothreat because he wants to use xenotechnology to improve humanity. But yeah. They didn't give us a Herson-specific name for Pyro Jump Point station. Yeah, like there were supposed to be consequences for Save Stanton, and there really wasn't, because CIG just sort of backed off on it or forgot about it. They just added a little statue to the station. It's like, you couldn't have made it gold, you know? It would be funny, for example, if the consequences would be less interesting and more worse version of Xenothreat, for example. If you completely failed, you get the first iteration of it. Like, for instance, you have to get this much of information on the commander, or if you don't, within this amount of time, a Xenothreat event happens. So you have to, like, go back to Stanton and stop Xenothreat from attacking. And you don't get any rewards. Like, you fucked up, you don't get any rewards. Then the next event happens and you're like, okay, well, we now know the stakes. We got to get this done so we don't have to go back and fight and fucking Stanton. And if CIG actually was to be serious about this sort of thing, the only real new piece of technology they would need is to bring back interdictions. Because all you'd need to do then is just increase interdiction amount. Just be like, slider up. You know, Stanton is now Interdiction City. Fuck you. So now the people who aren't participating in Xenothreat are like, I'm fucking tired of being interdicted by Xenothreat all the fucking time. Yeah, NPC ships need to exist. These are like simple solutions to the problem. And everything I just said is not something that CIG hasn't already developed or done on their own. Are all their narrative people being made to focus on Squadron 42 related work, so that's why their narratives are becoming so underwhelming? No, I think well, it might be the case, but I think it has more to do with technology, because a lot of this stuff, the reason why, like, Project Hyperion storyline was more interesting was because you had Lazarus and then you had Hyperion. You know, Onyx and Lazarus, like, back to back. And they were telling the same story of Dr. Yoret. But they were condensed to these locations. So they had to be repeatable. Versus a story of, like events, like this Xenothreat invasion. Could be, isn't as engaging because they just don't really have the desire or the resources to make it interesting. Something I really hope to see, especially down the line, I want to see Star Citizen operating with Guild Wars 2 Reactive World. They're basically chaining events that can spin up bigger and smaller stories in. That was the original idea behind the Dynamics events. That's what Xenothreat originally was a dynamic event, was the idea that by doing a certain number of actions, it would cause an event to happen. Have you taken a look at the Moraine stations on P2 yet? If so, what's your thoughts on why it looks like there are dusters there? I haven't taken a look on it. But the reason why they're probably dusters there is because they don't have Moraine armor. So they're just using dusters armor as a stand-in. I think the supporting tech is lacking at the moment. There is lacking support for certain things, but the reality is that a lot of the stuff isn't really lacking support. It's really, or lacking tech. It's just more lacking will, lacking the direction of resources. In other space games, we would have NPC ships flying about sometimes fighting each other and getting pirated, and you can choose to join or go about your business, etc. Even that would be interesting. The reason why we don't have that is because CIG doesn't have the stability of the servers. They don't want to add more NPCs when it causes the servers to implode. Waiting on dynamic server and pizza tech for that. Yes, advanced pizza slice technology. 4.9 just went to open P2 in the last few hours. Okay. One for you gets shoved out the door, and we'll get about double the amount of dev time going into Star Citizen. We'll at least get more attention, because it seems like there are plenty of devs in Squadron or in Star Citizen who are working on Star Citizen, but I don't think there's a direction. I don't think they have a person going, do this, do that, do this thing. There's no... The captain seat is empty, because the captain is currently focusing on Squadron, not on Star Citizen. Be that Chris, be that Rich, be that whoever. There doesn't seem to be a direction that's being happening. New melee weapon, the pizza slicer. Let's hope they can make the server back end a lot better then. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we're going to look at with the monthly report, or the we're going to do the monthly report, but we're also going to do the I think it's more interesting to look at the roadmap roundup, because it's really breaking down what the problem is that CIG currently has and the solution. And unfortunately, it feels like the solution is this is the beginning of the solution, and we won't see it actually bear fruit until 2027. So we're basically just what we have now, hopefully a little bit better, but probably most of what we have now until 2027. I'm going to laugh when Squadron 2 is pushed out and nothing changes. It won't change overnight, because you still need to have people working on like updates and bug fixes and stuff like that that pop up after it goes live. But it's definitely not going to be a situation where like nothing changes. The stuff will change, it just might be worse. I don't buy that. That's what the last year was supposed to be. Yeah, but they didn't do it. From the discussion from the Benoit and Jared conversation a couple weeks ago, and now this, it basically feels like they just didn't prioritize or have anybody who actually gave a fuck about bug reports and bug like feedback filtering, or if there was somebody, no one was listening to them. So there was no pipeline from gathering the data to distributing that fixes to the teams and prioritizing those fixes. Which, again, not surprising based off of what I know about CIG. The left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. Couldn't the captain literally just take a day every month to give direction? I don't get why they need constant attention given how long it takes to implement things. So there's 900 plus people working at CIG. Let's just be generous and cut it down the way and say about 450 of those people work on Star Citizen. Rich, Chris, whoever, the captain of Star Citizen walks up and says, this is what we're going to do before the end of the year. Gets a little bit of a conversation with all the directors. They're good. Goes off, focuses on Squadron. Well, what they started working on what they did, and then they encountered a problem. This team encountered this problem. This team encountered this problem. This team encountered this problem. Now they got to figure out which problem do they need to prioritize. This group says their one's more important. This group says they're more important, and this group says they're more important. None of those people are going to agree on what's more important, because they're all focused myopically on their own teams, because they only are focused on making sure the teams work. So they need somebody to go in, look at it, and go, this one, and this one. But you have to pull the captain back. And if that happens, every single like week, month over the year, that captain might as well just stay on the fucking bridge with those teams, those managers, and sort out those issues themselves. The real problem is there's no first mate. There is no executive officer who can step in and fill the captain's shoes while the captain is gone. I'm glad they're working on the bug reporting pipeline in year 14. Like, I can't sugarcoat it. It's something they've been needing to do for years, and we've been saying they need to do it for years, and they've ignored us. The amount of people who complain that issue council is basically pointless is dramatically high. You know, people in EVO and PTU have been giving reports and talking about shit forever, and it just never gets paid attention to. Granted, I work in production line jobs, so it's not like we need direction since the day in and day out. So, Locke, it would be the equivalent of if you're working in a production line job, you have different people working on different parts of the line. And I'm sure you have a line boss for each of those line sections to make sure things happen. What happens if there's an anomaly for two different parts of the line on one day? And the people to fix those anomalies, there's only like one group of people or two, one person who can fix those anomalies. Who gets the first fix? Both the line bosses are going to ask for their own fucking fixes because they're like, these are my people. I'm gonna vouch for my people. You know. I've worked in places where you have, managers who control a large section of the store or like entire regions, and, problems happen, tech issues, staffing issues, and then each of those in multiple regions, and they have to fight over who gets those resources. I'll use teaching as an example. I'm part of my social studies department. There's 10 of us out of the whole school. The money that goes into the school goes to the whole school. So if we have resources, we have to request those resources ahead of time. And we may not get priority because maybe the science department has priority, or the math department has priority because, they have to buy new calculators this year. And all we're asking for is paper or, new textbooks. And it's like, can't you use the old textbooks? That kind of thing. Do you think we'll get hacking this year with the hacking tease? Recent announcement of Legionnaire moving through its development? No, I think it's probably next year. But I'm sure if we had any kind of conversation like the old ways that CIG used to do, we'd probably learn more about it in Star Citizen Live or something like that. Completely unrelated, what's your school's budget? I couldn't tell you. Not high. Bigger than you think because it's a urban school. It's a school inside of a city with a lot of high schools. Could I guess? I couldn't guess because I know that our district's budget is God, I don't even know our budget. I know we're over budget by a lot, so they have to cut back a lot. Maybe $500 million. No, probably, $500 million. Probably $500 million. We're the largest school district, one of the largest school districts, if not the largest school district in Texas. Like I said, I couldn't tell you. I know that we're $200 million over budget, which is a significant amount, but that means that we have more than $200 million. Astro, I am very upset about the new fuel system. Why are smaller ships than the Raylan getting way more fuel than a long-range cargo ship? CIG's taking dice and going, and that's how much fuel range you get. I couldn't tell you. Not for my school, though, knowledge. That's for the school district. There are at least like 7 high schools, like 13 middle schools, and like 30 elementary schools. We have a lot of schools. So like the actual amount of money each school gets, I don't know that now. I don't even know if anyone knows about it except for the individual like principals may even know. I would love to play Deadlock, but that's one of those games where you have to get like an invite to be able to play. I heard it's good though. The fuel range thing does feel like they're trying to make range a thing without doing the most logical thing, which is remove space stations. I mean, anyone in the game can invite. I've asked people who have it and they never given me invite. The board comptroller, no? I'm sure they will. The reality is that the first couple of years I was here, I asked for like money for funds and it was just such a pain in the ass that I just did it myself. I don't make a lot of money, but you know, I do what I can with what I have. Why did they gut the Xeno threat event like this? It used to be combined arms, multiple phases, now just random missions. Because this is CIG's solution to events going forward. And as I was saying earlier, they need, if they're going to do something like this, these cookie cutter sort of copy and paste events, they need to give some sort of narrative through line with them. Mid-sized district, 200,000 students received roughly 230 million. You can watch a local board meeting, budget meetings to find out specifics. They're required to report it in public. Yeah, I'm saying the district is I could probably get the district number, but I don't know if I could get individual school numbers. Have you changed your clothes in a week? X, there's this thing called the washing machine. I don't know if they have them down in Tasmania, but we use them here. Oh, I'm sure you don't know about it because you always dress like a bum. How you doing, X? It's a filler event, yeah. What do you think of the new ships and ground vehicles that are going to be? I personally think an artillery vehicle would be cool. I doubt they'll implement it. I would love to see them do an artillery vehicle, but they won't. Not yet, at least. The two of the ground vehicles are variants, so my guess is that they're going to be like not the MTC, whatever the like the MX series, the Grey Cat MX series. We'll probably get 2 MX series. Mom, Dad, please stop fighting. Harabek, it's a time-honored tradition. If an Aussie or a Tassie or a Kiwi is giving you shit, then you give them shit back. That is a way they communicate. The Auxilia and MFC, possibly, because those are both. Yeah, the Auxilia is a variant on the Atlas chassis, and then of course the MX series is the MFC. Storks are for our washing. They take it to the Antarctic, and it's cleaned and returned like babies. Yeah, we're not going to see the motorcycle. We will see the the Tumbrel, not Cyclone, what are they called? The Tumbrel Ranger. We'll see the Rangers come into the game when they have other motorcycles they'll make and release. Do you think the Auxilia will be more than just the cost of a Nomad? Probably. Ground vehicles are always a fucking waste of money. Atlas platform. I like the Atlas chassis because an Atlas platform becomes complicated when you also have the ATLS. Now, trust me, I would love to see the Ranger. The Ranger is one of those vehicles that I've been looking forward to. But I also know that CIG won't bother even starting the Ranger until they have the physics and the ability to use a Ranger like motorcycles. And if they are going to release one motorcycle, they're going to release multiple motorcycles because it would be pointless for them to do it just for one ship. CIG's way of naming everything. CIG just needs to start using words other than English. There's this world outside of the English language that they can steal words from. They already did so with Japanese. Mirai, you know? Just start using Japanese words. Start using Chinese words. Start using fucking, I don't know, Sanskrit. Who gives a shit? Start using other words. Like, they don't even have that many German words. They could use German, and German uses the fucking Latin alphabet. You could use French words, Spanish. Like, they already used Tumbrel. Tumbrel is the name of a two-wheeled cart. It's a French two-wheeled cart. Use of Italian words, you know? Is the Super Ever Army the Titan suit? Nope. Almost certainly it's not. If not, where does the Titan suit fall? Is it bigger than the Atlas, or it sits between the Atlas and the Super Heavy? The Atlas is bigger than the Super Heavy anyways. So it's probably around the same size as the Atlas or the ATLS, but slightly bigger because it's more chunky with the armor. And Rotellini. Well, I always like to point out there are two names which are very popular because of Bungie, which could easily be used in Star Citizen for its original intent, which is Cortana and Durandal. They achieve a very important public persevering pedestrian. This your father's drinking night. Trust and cheers, and y'all. Trust and cheers. Talking about how CIG's bad at names. Someone said Panzer. Just use Jaeger. Jaeger is a great name. It's a name that people know and recognize, both because of, and also it means hunter in German. So they already use one, Messer. Messer is a name, literally means knife, but it's a type of German sword. Managed to get the most upvoted comment on today's patch notes by asking when the ballistic PDCs would be added to the shops. I didn't know Cortana was a sword name. I failed history class. I read the 2 Lives of Charlemagne when I was in college because I was a medieval historian. At least I was studying to be a medieval historian. But you also have like a You also use Roland. Roland is an epic hero name. Obviously, that would get problematic because there's probably the UES Roland, similar to the UES Achilles. It's probably a Perseus class.
At Mature Gamer HQ gifted at Matu a membership.
Thank you for that membership there, Mature Gamer. You're very important, Pupper. Very pessimistic. Very you rock. Trust. Cheers, JL.
Take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
Hold on. It's just repeating. That's all it's doing. Thank you for that. The Drake Perkele. I mean, like, there's plenty of names out there you could use. I'm trying to think of like just look up German fairy tales. You know, like here. Let me just do a quick Google.
Genesis.
Hex, Hexe, which apparently is the German word for witch. I don't know if that's true or not. Germans, please confirm. That would go hard as like a bomber or a stealth bomber or something like that. You know, the anvil hex. Yeah, Warcraft right there. Yeah, Hexe. Oh, that's true. We do have Grim Hex, and there are other hex things. There's Ipists. Hexen was a good game back in the day. Yeah. Or even just use the word witch. Medieval history must pay well. Very well. Exceedingly well. To be fair, Ocean, I originally wanted to become a professor, but I became disillusioned by just how much work it takes and how difficult it is to get into, like being a teacher at that level. So I decided to do high school history. And then my goal was, yeah, maybe eventually I'll go up and become an instructor at like a community college. So now with that attitude, it's expensive and time consuming. A Baba Yaga, yeah, there we go. Kobold. There's an easy name they haven't pulled from. Doppelganger. Aufhacker. Werewolf. I mean, that's probably a Kruger ship vehicle anyways. Yeah, Hobgoblin, Goblin. Yeah, Drake Baba Yaga. Hey, look at you want some cool, crazy new names for Drake ships? Look at Russian and Slavic names. They're great. Harpy, Basilisk, Cobalt, Pantheon, Colt. Can't go wrong with a good, solid Colt. They already have a Mustang, so why not Colt? Winchester. Popular names. Chimera, yeah. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. Yokai, yeah. Damocles. Jinn. You know, like like Genie. Yeah, you can just, that's my point, is that there's so many places to pull from. CIG just pulls from fucking Rome all the time. Come on.
Weapons free, y'all.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I can fly. I'm pilot.
Barcelona! Barcelona! Genesis? Barcelona! Barcelona!
Oh. Efrit, Jinn, yeah. You mean a fucking Mirai built light stealth courier called the Kitsune? Yeah. His professor in college, even junior college, is a good goal. Yeah. And that's the end goal, probably. It's just that's also a very competitive location, is to try to teach at a community college. And Rome is pretty badass. It is, and there's plenty of things they could pull from. They still haven't pulled from it. They haven't used Caesar. They haven't used Augustus, Octavian. They haven't used, they've used Legionnaire, but they haven't used, like, they've used Centurion, but have they used, trying to think of other, they've used Ballista. Was it Armiger? Or Onager? Cohort? Cato? Yeah. They used Gladius, but they haven't used the spear. I always forget the name of the Roman spear. That's thrown. Horus is in Star Citizen. Horus is where the humanity first met the Xi'an, the Horus system. They have a gladiator. The Pilum. Yeah. Need a LaCroix. They haven't used Jupiter, Saturn. They have in lore, but not in reality. They haven't used Ceres. They haven't used Mars. They haven't used Venus. They haven't used Mercury. They haven't used Neptune. Pluto. They use Chiron, but you know. Uranus, yeah. They did use Mercury, all right, they did. For Crusader. Spathia, yeah. The Pilum is a heavy spear you don't throw. If I remember correctly, the Pilum, you throw it, but the unique thing about the Pilum is that when you throw it, the way it's constructed is that it breaks when you throw it, so it doesn't get thrown back at you. So it's sort of the initial volley that Legionnaires would throw at an enemy as they approach them, or as either the enemy approached them or they were approaching the enemy. They would stop and throw their pilums at the enemy to rain down initial stuff, and also like break. It would break off on the shield, and then like kind of like damage shields as they got thrown as well. Is that not the pilum? Am I thinking of something else? The Pilladrum? Is that what it's called? No, the point sticks in the shield and the iron shaft bends, and you have to deal with the spear on your shield and hanging down. Yeah, because you can't pull it back and throw it at the enemy. That's the idea. Is it intentionally bends and breaks off on the shields if it doesn't hit somebody, so it makes it awkward to wield shields against you. Why can't we name a Polaris? Because CIG hasn't prioritized any ship naming again. I mean, you can also go to Roman heroes. Other names for Roman heroes. You don't have a Romulus. You don't have a Remus. You don't have a Aeneas. You don't have a Latin or Latinum. What is it called? Turnus. You don't have a Turnus. Interesting MMO history tidbit. There was a Roman MMO years called Roma Victor led a legion in it. This was 20 years ago or so. Oh, neat. Need some more lore videos. Love listening to them. So I'm working on 2 right now. Technically, I'm working on more. But one of them I'm finishing up the script for. And it's going to be a Patreon exclusive for this month. And then it'll be everywhere else in August. So my goal is to do that one. And then there's another one that I'm working on, which is the Complete History of Star Citizen Lore Volume 1, Part 1. Which is just the first 5 parts done into a single, like, long video. I have to sit down and record that. The problem is that's 3.5 hours long. So I have to sit down and record 3.5 hours worth of audio. For those of you who don't know, like an hour-long piece of audio can take me up to 5 hours to record. So that's going to be like an entire day of recording. And then I am going to be doing another, like, longer video, which will be coming out at the end of this year, or end of this month. Which is the complete history of Aegis Dynamics. All of the ships of Aegis Dynamics, how Aegis Dynamics was formed from beginning to end. I'm getting the feeling they forgot about the galaxy and it's now a rushed project. What do you think? No, they knew about the galaxy. It's not really rushed. It's just they're going to use a lot of the way that they're doing, how they're able to do so many ships now compared to what they've done in the past is that a lot of the ships they're doing are either just variants that they refuse to call variants or using the same pieces of like ship parts and then just remixing ship parts. Well, the problem with like the Redeemer, we don't have the information for. The Reclaimer, we don't have information for. There's some like Aegis ships we just do not have the like the lore behind. So I'm leaving those out, and then in the like post credits, I'll be like, hey, we don't have any information about these ships specifically, so I didn't want to put them in. We know, like, you know, this is where we know about this, about a Reclaimer. We have really no information about the Redeemer. So I didn't forget them. They just don't have any information, so I'm not putting them in. Thanks for the time you put in there. Great to listen to them. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. It launches in the shield and bends so the carrier of the shield could no longer use the shield. Yeah. So where are the next planets? They're on the Mobiglass. They're just not in the game. Apparently, based off the monthly reports, it sounds like they're probably Nico. I wasn't saying. I guess Nico. I'm just calling Nico. Nico said that it hinted at that they're going to be coming in September. So they'll be out in 2 months. Or at least one a visit. When do you think your next History of the Verse will come out? Next new History of the Verse will be the end of the year. The next one that's going to be in like sort of new, because I've added like 45 minutes of new audio and like information, and corrected some other issues. That's going to be at the end of this, maybe not July, but probably August that'll come out. Because really what it is I got to get the recording done and send it to my editor, and then he's just got to start putting the pieces together. A lot of it is simply reusing videos, videos that he's already seen before. So, we're still in Alpha 2. It's more that, let me explain a little bit about the lore, because this is one of those things. Is one of the reasons why I pay attention to lore, and why I think people should pay attention to lore, is that lore doesn't exist for the sake of existing. CIG doesn't write lore because they want to fill in gaps or anything like that. All of their lore is done at the behest of the game development. So they have a basic structure, which they laid out in their time capsule a long time ago. And that stuff is not going to change. And all of the other lore we have was simply added because of ships, because of game mechanics, because of systems, weapons, equipment, food, that sort of thing. Characters. So the lore is only written to support the gameplay. So when they start adding new lore to the game, it's because some aspect of the gameplay is being added around that lore. Explain the Ares then that went against the lore from Crusader. In theory was released after Xenothreat. The invasion of Xenothreat. So it's in response to being more dangerous. The real thing is that it's a collaboration between Crusader and Bearing. So it's likely because it was likely, if I was to explain the argument for CIG, would be that this was a joint project between Bearing and Crusader, because Crusader was willing to build the ship that would house the Bearing weapon. It's the A-10. The actual Ares itself is actually an offshoot of the Spirit. So there was originally going to be a Spirit with a gigantic weapon attached, but they couldn't get it right. And we got to remember, the Spirit is the current CEO's darling. It was the ship that she herself designed while she was CEO. So they decided they couldn't get that to work, so they transformed that ship into the A1 Spirit. And when Bearing found out that they were having struggles designing a ship specifically for a big gun, they came up and said, "We have a big gun. Can you design a ship around this big gun?" And they were like, "Yeah, we can." And so they worked together to create the Ares from scratch. Do you think Star Citizen is making your hair silver white, Paul? No, it's just teaching. Lore is like the template. I feel it informs the core, but it is an absolute rule. See, T. Louis. The T. Louis is an example of CIG not really caring about lore. That's what my point is. If the lore starts to not make sense or be contradicted by something, it's likely that something fundamental inside the game has changed, and that has changed the as a result, the lore has to change. Why do they do this? Because the game is in development and the lore supports the gameplay. But if it continues to happen, it means that CIG is changing its mind. And if CIG is changing its mind, it's always good to go, well, why are they changing their mind? And recently, it's like they're changing their mind because money. rule of cool and money. I don't like to sit here and be like, Star Citizen exists only to make CIG money, because that's not the way to look at it. The way to look at it is CIG needs more and more money to survive because things are getting more expensive, not less expensive, and they have a huge studio. So they either need to fire huge numbers of people or they need to start making more money or both. So any sort of move towards making more money is designed to keep the studio open. It just also has the backhanded problem of typically causing more stuff, more complexity to the game to force the designers to start working in problems that already exist. It'll create new problems. I can imagine the Tylenol is Gatak trying to skirt a loophole within the Gion version of the ITAR. But they rarely admit to open change, aka vision warp. Kind of. I wonder if the BMM variant is going to be when they finally go back to that ship. Yeah, it's quite. They're definitely doing a variant. Like, I can tell you right now, there's going to be a combat variant of the Banu Merchantman. It's going to be called the Banu Warman or something like that, or Warrior. And we're going to see a stepping stone between the Defender and the Merchantman. It'll be some in between one, like an in between size. People talk about the Trip Taker. Maybe it's that. Do you think the T-Louis will make more sense lore wise if the new Xi'an snub they mentioned is industrial? No, because they even said explicitly that in their design, the design of the T-Louis is not for industrial ships. It's for snub fighters. Fighters. It's a fighter craft. Would the Banu even have a ship like that? Sure. The Banu fight all the time. It's just their way of fighting is different. Their way of fighting is not to kill, it's to disable or evade. Like the Defender's job isn't to destroy the enemy. The Defender's job is to protect the convoys, to protect the Merchantmen. So if you can drive off the enemy, good. If you can distract the enemy while the Merchantman escapes, also good. But you don't need to kill. You just need to stay alive and prevent them from attacking your group. So they don't really have, like, ships designed explicitly to destroy, more to disable or evade. Banu combat Sulis are all about fighting, yeah. There's literally, I always forget his name, there's literally a Banu who is like an ace combat protagonist, who's been like training to be a fighter pilot since he was like 5 and top of his class, created his own mercenary Suli, flies a Banu Merchantman. He was old when he gotten interviewed. It was really interesting. Hey, Paul, does Xenothreat have no fears that might be true? I'm pretty sure I recall one of your lore videos that you alluded to the fears that Xi'an is manipulating the UE at higher levels. No, I mean, there's definitely some aspect of the Xenothreat fears which are true. But it's kind of like an exaggerated version of the truth to make it sound more scary to get more people involved. Like, are the Xi'an more integrated into humanity than they've ever been before? Yeah. You know, there are Xi'an companies which actively support human infrastructure right now, but are beholden to the Xi'an Emperor, not beholden to the UEE, and are using the UEE's systems to take advantage of that fact. Gatak releasing exclusively human ships for the human market is another example of, like, we're trying to drive your companies out of business. Trying to use capitalism against the US. The UEE. It mirrors the current trade relationship between China and the US. That's what I was pulling from. It's clearly a mirror of that, and that fear of that xenophobia, whatever it's called. Yeah, there's definitely some fears, legitimate fears. We as gamers kind of experience that same thing with China with every time something gets bought up by Tencent. People lose their fucking mind over it. The problem is that does that mean that the Xi'an are trying to take over the UEE? No, probably not. They're just probably trying to make money and get resources and get more influence with the emperor, you know. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're out to get you. It's just the reality is that the Xi'an are in a very fucked up situation themselves, and none of them want to admit it. Like, they're on the cusp of a civil war because the current emperor is old, will retire, and has no heirs. So they have to bring out a new emperor to take over from his position, which is very difficult in the tradition and history of the Xi'an. So why would the Xi'an be interested in getting closer to the UEE? Could they do it to influence the UEE's policies? Absolutely. Is it exclusively that? No. My theory is that the emperor sincerely wants humanity to be more entwined with the Xi'an because he's absolutely fucking terrified of the Krthak. And knows that, you know, if we can get the crazy monkeys with power armor and shotguns to throw onto the lawns of the Krthak for us instead of backing the Krthak against us, then we could maybe survive this. What's your thoughts on a new alien race coming out? There would be no new alien race that we don't already know about. Not for a while. But if we're going to see a new alien race, it would almost certainly be the Xi'an, because they showed Xi'an bodies in Squadron 42, so we know they actually have the models for the Xi'an. It's a matter of like modeling them out, getting them clothing, and then getting them like animations. That or the Banu. But they are going to be doing new species. That's in the monthly reports. They've been working on new animal species for us to fight forever. Why not best friend Tavaran? Because they don't have the Tavaran language done yet, let alone the Tavaran like history and stories. They haven't bothered doing that because the Tavaran aren't in Squadron. The Xi'an are in Squadron. The Banu, or at least are mentioned in Squadron, so I assume they're in Squadron. The reason why we have Wicklow, I think, is not because they just decided to do a Banu. It's probably because they had a Banu, a rig up for the head and body for some sort of audio or video conversation you have in Squadron, because they mention the Banu in these vertical slice. How like the Banu wants his merchandise. It's like, what about Gator? Well, Gator can learn how to pay on fucking time. You know? Going to be the Krthak that's driving the Vanduul? Possibly. I do think they would probably go with a different species, though. Another species whom the Vanduul have been stealing from. Now that I'm seeing the Kobold, Kobold is a name, I'm like, that's a cool-ass fucking name for a snub fighter. God damn it, CIG. All right. Are y'all ready for a capsule? I've been streaming for a little bit, hour and a half. We're going to do through this read through of this monthly report. I'm sorry, the roadmap roundup, and then we'll do the monthly report after that. So this one's a big one because I think it's an important one to read through because it kind of explains the logic and reason why 410 is delayed. Drake Kobold would work too because Drake is Drake. In fact, that's probably been a bit better name than the Pitbull, the Drake Kobold. But the Xi'an aren't really Japanese or Chinese exclusively. They're a little bit of the Seleucids/Persians. They're a little bit of the Chinese in terms of the Han Chinese. They're like a lot of stuff. They're a combination of a lot of different cultures, but it's all sort of east of Rome is the idea. And like the Banu are a combination of like the Arabian Bedouin tribes and also a little bit of African cultures mixed in there. Like the Ethiopians and stuff like that. Because like Banu is literally a word that comes from, I think Arabic. It's a Bedouin tribe, name of a Bedouin tribe. Hey, Lev. All right, capsule time. Oh, hello there. Welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right. A small section of my Office Hours live stream that I do live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Would love to have you come join us live at twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub. Actually, it's youtube.com/theastropub live. This is a live stream where we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. And we've got a lot of information this week because things are a-changing inside CIG. So, with that, let's look at the roadmap roundup for July 1st, 2026. Notable changes for July 1st, 2026. We'd like to share an update on the upcoming Alpha 4.9.0 release, as well as our ongoing initiative to address many of the common bugs and issues that both new and veteran players encounter on a regular basis. As mentioned during the recent Star Citizen Live, we've reassessed our bug prioritization process following the release of Alpha 4.8. Basically, they realized that their problem is far more problematic than they thought it was going to be. For those of you who are newer to the community, this is almost the exact kind of response that CIG gave to 3.18. They've recognized that this is a public relations nightmare and are trying to adjust. The question is always, is this adjustment going to be permanent, or is this simply a way to calm down the community long enough for them to take the heat off and then people forget about some of the problems, maybe do a couple of fixes and move on? I'm hoping it's actual change, systemic change that will improve all of this, but only time will tell, because acta non verba, deeds not action, deeds not words. CIG needs to put up or shut up when it comes to this sort of thing. As part of that effort, we've refined how we prioritize bugs with increased involvement from senior leadership, alongside our development, QA, player experience, community, and other supporting teams to help ensure we're focusing on the issues that will make the biggest impact. Basically, now management is getting involved because they need to coordinate between development, QA, player experience, and community. To be fair, CIG is often siloed into their own departments. Not every department will know what's going on with each other. This is basically forcing them to talk to each other more than they actually do. We're hopeful this approach means you'll feel the difference, more issues fixed, and your gameplay sessions noticeably improving. Based on the reports from Issue Council, Spectrum, Reddit, direct player feedback, and other sources, we have identified nearly 100 issues that significantly impact core gameplay systems and quality of life, covering areas including instance hangars, ATC and ship retrieval, freight elevators, quantum travel and star map routing, inventory UI and interaction, ships being falsely marked as lost or destroyed, docking, ship and FPS AI, login flow, and exploits. It sounds a lot like they're doing what Hello Games did with No Man's Sky, where they're like taking the complaints and putting them into like buckets and then sorting through the buckets to figure out which ones are right and which ones are wrong, leaving them with the more important things that they need to fix. In that case, they would do like this is just people venting. This is people with an actual problem. We should look into it, but it's probably like a bug or an issue. And this is something we need to look at in terms of like long-term progression and fixing. Like, oh, this is something we should do in the future to improve the game. It sounds like CIG did something like this. Now I was talking with some other folks yesterday, and they said that they mentioned that this feels a lot like a similar system that more software development, like not necessarily game development, but software development the developers use when going through bug fixes and issues. More of a cross-curriculum, cross-team communication effort with bug fixing. So it sounds like they're focusing on it, but again, as always, deeds, not words. In addition, we're tracking a broader list of quality of life issues frequently reported by new players. While many veteran players have learned workarounds for common problems, they shouldn't have to. As we continue working towards making Star Citizen as welcoming as possible for new players, we're also addressing many of the issues that commonly affect our first hour of gameplay. That's something I will believe it when I see it. That's something they've talked about for years, and it's all been talk, no action. For those who remember the state of transit in early 2025, we're applying similar philosophy here. At one point, months of bug fixing produced only incremental improvements. So we shifted our focus to developing new debugging tools for QA that could identify root causes rather than simply addressing symptoms. The result is what many would consider a far more robust transit today. Freight elevators are a good example of why this matters. Despite 70 to 80 fixes since last summer, players still don't feel the system is as stable or as reliable as it should be. That's fucking diplomatic. That is very diplomatic. I'm sorry, but that is a very diplomatic way of saying the freight elevators are still broken and still cause many problems, especially since they're easily broken by players. Much of that work addressed individual symptoms rather than underlying causes. Freight elevators interact with many other gameplay systems, creating a large surface area for issues. But as a core gameplay feature, they needed to be dependable at all times. So far, we've resolved roughly 20% of the issues on our current priority list. We don't expect a complete to complete every fix in time for Alpha 4.9, but we're confident this more methodical, root cause-driven approach is the right path forward for systems of Star Citizen scale and complexity. Translation: CIG has in the past been putting band-aids on bullet wounds rather than actually stitching them up and pulling the bullets out. Now they're going in, pulling the bullets out and stitching them up, instead of trying to band-aid fixes. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the problems we have today is because Star Citizen is more band-aids than person. Band-aids than game. It's more spaghetti than code. Naturally, an initiative like this comes with trade-offs. It requires dedicated time from several of the team responsible for these core systems, time that would otherwise be spent developing new features or supporting additional content. As a result, we've temporarily paused work on a smaller number of features while we focus on improving stability of these foundational systems. With that in mind, we're moving Siege of Orison and all the instance-related content out of 4.9 and into 4.10, scheduled for mid-August. So this is a change. Now we're basically moving back to the schedule we had last year, one patch every month. My guess is possibly even pausing the code base entirely, but we'll see. These additional 4 weeks will allow us to continue hardening the features and technology and related deliverables planned for that content. So we've got 4 weeks to see if CIG is actually improving. Instancing, in particular, introduces a significant number of new systems, backend services, and gameplay mechanics that require additional validation before we're comfortable with bringing them to live. Based on the recent tech preview builds, we believe more work is still needed. With these changes, Alpha 4.9 in mid-July will still deliver a variety of reprioritized bug fixes, optimizations, quality of life improvements, and new content we're excited to get in your hands as quickly as possible. Reflective of this new initiative that continues beyond this month's release into 4.10 in August and 4.11 in September. As always, thank you for your continuing to report issues to the Issue Council. Your reports, along with your feedback on Spectrum and through the Help Center, remain invaluable in helping us identify, investigate, and resolve issues. All right, so this is what specifically is coming in 4.9. Support the Miners Mission Pack, implementing a new set of repeatable missions from Recco Battaglia, an independent mining logistics coordinator based in Levski. Take on a variety of contracts, including prospecting, mining, recovery, salvage, investigation, ship reclamation, and more, while building your reputation with Reco to unlock additional opportunities in Alpha 4.9 and beyond. Contracts can be accepted through your Mobiglass. So this is not the Reco Battaglia missions. This is the Reco Battaglia support missions. When you jump into Nyx at any point in 4.9, she'll come on and say, hey, let me help you out. It's sort of the beginning of mission giver for mining. So a tutorialization for how mining should work. Combat clothing, implementing lightly armored apparel designed to offer more stylish look while remaining viable in combat situations. This is the John Wick solution. The John Wick suit. New hairstyles 4.9. Implementing 2 new hairstyles along with an update to one hairstyle to bring the current quality up to current quality standards. Ordnance cargo holder. Implementing dedicated storage frames for missiles, torpedoes, and bombs placed on cargo grids to improve presentation and handling. This immediately when you place down any of these things on a cargo grid, it now automatically has a frame that will show up around it that will give you more of a palletization look. Now, the next step is to actually add pallets, but we'll see. Bearing CQ-7 Bullpup Rifle. Implementing the Bearing CQ-7 Bullpup Rifle, a battle rifle purpose-built for close quarters engagements, combining the compact handling of a bullpup design with the firepower needed for intense frontline and boarding combat. Ship combat UI improvements. Implementing new hit markers for vehicle combat, providing clearer feedback when landing shots. Juvenile and adult Valacar behavior updates. We'll talk a little bit about that in the monthly report when I go to that. Implementing improvements to juvenile and adult Valacar, updating their combat behavior with more dynamic burrowing, tracking, repositioning, and attack patterns. Ship flyby audio. Implementing an overhauled ship flyby audio system, introducing flyby sounds with all new audio assets to deliver greater immersion and improve positional feedback during flight. So that's all that's coming with 4.9. It's not just bug fixes. There are some new things, but a lot of this is sort of updates to existing systems, the UI, flight audio, Valacar, some new quality of life things like the ordnance cargo hauling, ordnance cargo holder, and then new weapon, new clothing, and a new mission pack. Not nothing, but definitely significantly reduced. Alpha 4.10, Siege of Orison, implementing new operation, Siege of Orison. Introducing instance FPS gameplay, where players assault Ninetales controlled platforms in coordinated team-based encounters tied to mission-driven progression. Instancing. Implementing instancing to create closed gameplay spaces with controlled access. Or accesses. Access is managed through the instance prerequisites, party leader ownership, and safeguards that prevent or remove ineligible players. This has been set to tentative. This card has been moved from from Star Citizen 1.0 to Alpha 4.10. Okay, so this is the first move that they're doing of 1.0 feature to an actual patch. So it looks like they are going to be moving stuff from like the 1.0 branch to a new branch. Because they had that before, but it seemed like it was maybe slightly differently. So this is basically they're going to be the final version of instancing. Obviously, little tweaks and updates, but they're not going to be building new instancing after this. Mission giver Reco Battaglia. Introducing Reco Battaglia as an in-person mission giver in the Persistent universe, bringing her first narrative mission series to life. Meet with Reco and Blevsky to uncover the challenges facing independent miners and begin a story that will continue through future chapters. Now, you don't actually meet her in person yet, as far as I've seen, but she will talk to you through Mobiglass and that kind of stuff. Eventually, you'll be able to meet her in person and have conversations with her. There's actually a spot located for her in Levski. If you, I believe it's in the second floor. If you just get off the lift and immediately turn right and just go that direction, eventually you end up in her little office. Super Heavy Combat BUL H4 armor. Implementing the Super Heavy Combat Bull H4, or Bull 4 armor class, enabling players to equip and operate a new category of powerful super heavy weapons. Apocalypse Arms Vendetta Heavy Machine Gun. implementing the brand new weapon type, the heavy machine gun, with the Apocalypse Arms Vendetta HMG, belt-fed and usable with new super heavy armor, and its dedicated ammunition backpack. It delivers sustained high rate of fire from a large rotating barrel, while carrying up to 4 magazines of ammunition. New Wicklow ship offerings, adding a Drake Clipper with unique base livery and upgraded components as a reward for completing the new addition to the variety of available Wicklow Emporium contracts. It's let me see if I can pull it up. Here it is. So it's like a digi camo, urban like or like a winter camo. Ninetales armor updates. Implementing updated armor sets for Ninetales criminal organization, refreshing the appearance of grunts, elites, and boss NPCs. Fuel tanks and consumption rebalance. Implementing balance updates for quantum and hydrogen fuel tanks, adjusting fuel capacities and consumption rates to better align with ship sizes and roles. So that's a big one that's been talked about recently in the community. That seems to be moved over to 410, so they're giving themselves more time to test that balance in Alpha 410. So for those of you who are concerned about it, that's where it's going to be. So that's what it is with the monthly reports, the roadmap roundup. 4.9 is now mostly a bug fixing and like just general improvement patch, with some small updates here and there with new clothing, new weapon, and new mission pack. Everything else sort of being updates. And Alpha 410 is now in August with all of the stuff we were looking for with Alpha 4.9, Siege of Orison, instancing, Wrecker Battalion, super heavy armor, the weapon, and then the ship recovery stuff as well. Oh, I didn't say the item recovery, implementing item recovery ship loadout improvements, updating ship and item recovery to better support custom loadouts through timed claims, optional expedite fees, freight elevator item claims, and debuting new free recovery option when losses are detected as outside players' control. So, the playability patch. Now, I will say, I have been of the opinion that CIG needs to do 1 or 2 of these sorts of patches a year, where they just sit down and focus on bug fixing and quality of life adjustments. Even if those break the very next patch, at the very least, it will improve the overall gameplay. And if half of the things break and the half of the things don't, you'll still have half of the improvements. If you're going to have to do that anyways, because CIG, this is a live game and will be a live game after it's released. So having the tradition and practice of going in and doing some of the major pull-ups and rip up the weeds and get things going, that makes sense. And doing it in July and in December when you have the lowest concurrencies and the lowest amount of people working at the studio, because almost certainly people are taking their vacation time during those times. Those seem like good months for that sort of patch. So I am supportive of this. I am more interested to see if CIG can keep up that momentum, because many people have said many similar things over the 14 years of development for Star Citizen. I have yet to see any of it stick for more than a year, maybe 6 months. So who knows? Maybe Benoit has the sauce to make it happen. Hopefully he will. But as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Do you think this is going to work? Do you think, are you excited now for 4.9? Are you bummed that you're not going to be able to see those things? Let me know that. And as always, if you did enjoy this, like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. What do you think, chat? This is more than that. They're changing their approach. They acknowledge the past wasn't working, is very unlike them. This is a positive outcome, even if it doesn't. Okay. We need instancing. I'm bummed they pushed it back. Better fucking work when they put it in. It sounds like this is not just we're doing this one instancing and this is tier 0 of a larger thing. It's more of a, no, this is done. This is instancing. This is what we're going to be doing. Colon cleaning. Mark Aben, if he's still there, is a very busy guy. The thing I understand about Mark Aben, and I think he still works there, is that Mark Aben is a man who wears many hats. It's not just bug smashing, but he did get his start doing bug smashers. Well, work. Be right back to square one, just like 2025, as soon as they add something new. That is my concern, is that if they're going through and fixing these bugs and then they introduce new features, it'll introduce new bugs, which may cause similar outcomes. Because people have talked about, well, why does this specific bug keep showing up patch after patch after patch after they fixed it? The answer is that bug is probably not just tied to one feature, it's probably tied to multiple features, and if you change those features, that bug keeps coming back. 2 times a year, but IAE and Invictus are sales patches. Look good when the majority of people are looking for the game, stressing the game out. That might make sense, but you also want new features in for that sort of thing. The Aegis Hemorrhoid, Norse god known for delivery. Great name for pizza delivery ship. Well, it sounds like it's going to be, at least we'll see the fruit of this sooner rather than later, because they seem to be pretty confident that they'll get it out in 2 weeks. Now, to be honest, this is going to take more than just 2 weeks worth of work. This is going to take, probably at minimum, probably take a minimum 3 to 6 months to fully implement. Well, the elevators, I will say this, and there's a reason why they brought up the elevators in this month or in this roadmap update, is because as much as people meme on the elevators aren't nearly as bad as they used to be. There can be some occasions where the elevators do funky shit, but mostly the elevators are fine. And the transit refactor is in the game, but it's slowly being pushed to the rest of the locations. The Aegis Hemorrhoid would work. I have a promotion tag, a pain in the ass. Now, they are better, but not fine. Cargo ships, elevators are crap. That is true. The elevator hangar, or ship elevators and cargo elevators are shit. But those aren't the elevators that most people who were saying elevators kill people are saying. That's usually the transit elevators that people take. Those still need to get punched up. Yeah, shit elevators. For the players that purposely break the freight elevators, is there a way for CIG to find out who does it? Do you think it's punishable? No, but I think that what they should be doing is... I am not a coder, so I don't know how difficult this would be, but setting up a script that every time for the elevator to check, do I have anything in me? And if the answer is yes, do not wipe. If it says yes, there are things in me, but it is not X, Y, or Z, then wipe. So basically, if there's a way for the elevator to check with the console that we have, which will say, is this empty or full? And say, oh, it should be empty when it's coming up, and it finds things in there, it just deletes anything it finds on the path. I'm sure it's more complicated than I'm saying, but they could create, I'm sure, a system, because that's one of the problems, is like when, right now, players are like drinking something and then tossing the empty bottle into the elevator and getting it stuck inside the geometry. And so the elevator picks it up as being on the pad, but it doesn't actually show up on the pad, so you can't pick it up. They try to do the same thing with like med pens and other things like that. There should be some sort of script run to auto clean the elevators if they're supposed to come up empty. Not punishable because some casual who might not know better could unknowingly get in trouble. You hit your med pen. The med pen immediately drops onto the ground and then rolls into the open elevator. You may not know that. You drink something, you put it down, and then it just glitches into the elevator. You may not know that. I don't think it's punishable, but there are ways to clean. I'm sure there are ways that you could clean the elevators with a solution. Now, what I just said could be something they could do, but the other problem is how many elevators will be running this script and how many servers. That would possibly take up a lot of compute space, which could cause more problems. So you'd have to simplify it, make it less overall heavy, that sort of thing. Because I think if you dealt with that problem, those are the biggest problems that causes things to get stuck, elevators to get stuck, then you would fix probably 80% of the issues that the elevators have. The other problem is that elevators elevators get stuck, and when they get stuck, they're impossible to recover because they can't, they like, for whatever, reset their internal capacity to 0. One use items could just disappear after use. They should just disappear after use, but Chris Roberts doesn't want that. There are a lot of problems that I'm beginning to be like, hey, Chris, you should probably just give up on some of these portions of your dream because they're not fun. The coffee cup in the woods thing sucks. It doesn't make the game more fun. It doesn't actually add to the game. It's just adds more bullshit that just costs more money. It would have been fine in 2013 when server costs weren't fucking astronomical because LLMs are because Sam Altman wants to fucking eat every single person's personal RAM and storage that he can. And eat our souls, yes. Yes, the reptile wants to eat our souls. Not just money, resources as well, yeah. We just need an unjam button. I mean, that could also be a thing. Yeah, I'm sure that they could have a situation where you could just press a button and it deletes everything in the elevator. You go over, you click the button, it says, "Are you sure you'd like to delete it?" You go, "Yes," and then delete it. Would that still cause problems? Yes, there would still be like issues because right now I'm actually seeing people do this I've seen videos of this where someone will show up at a location, bring up resources, like bring up mission boxes. Someone will run up as that person is running over to do their mission boxes, and then send it back down so that they can claim those mission boxes to fuck over somebody else's mission. That's another problem that probably needs to get resolved. And the solution to that is, one I would use is something like authorization. If somebody touches a elevator panel, they would have to manually give up permission, like unlock the panel once they've touched it. And you set a timer on that, where it's like you say, it says locked to this person until this timer runs out. Or go a certain amount of way, so it would unload. Yeah. If there's a dev that permanently fixes freight elevators, the name should go down in history, and they should have a statue and stand in. They should be given a Hurston. They should be named an honorary Hurston, or should be been given a become a Hurston. What do you think to see animals other than the angry worms in the verse? I mean, we do have the angry puppies and the glitchy bats, pterodactyl bird things. Oh, I don't know. Soon, because they seem to be working on a lot of stuff. But remember, they're going to use a lot of the same structure. So like worms, we're going to see a lot of different worms. We're going to see a lot of different dogs. We'll see a lot of different birds. I don't know if we'll see other archetypes. I know they wanted to do crab and they wanted to do stalker, but we'll see. The Saint Tikun. What I'm saying is stuff that I'm sure CIG could do and has probably thought of in some way, shape, or form. The problem isn't thinking of or implementing it. It's being given the resources and time to do so. Because what I just described is possible, and I'm sure it could be done in like a couple of weeks and then be ready for testing. But you would need somebody for multiple weeks just working on this solution. And when they're working on this solution, they can't be doing other things. Like I said, you need somebody who is directing the fucking ship, a captain plotting the course of where they need to go. And it feels like there's nobody in the fucking captain's chair and the XO is fucked off somewhere else. So it's a bunch of lieutenants trying to argue with each other with who should have priority to fix the certain problems. And nobody has priority, so nothing gets done. Too busy making ship sales, right? The people who do ship sales are not the same people who do what I just described. The problem is that we just do not have enough people doing the grunt work with that, and not enough people who are willing to do the grunt work, because it sucks. That grunt work sucks. Nobody wants to be a code monkey. No one wants to have these build solutions to problems. They want to make cool things for video games. Development opportunity cost. You give up something to develop something else. Economics 101. Scarcity is a bitch. We can never get rid of scarcity, so the best we can do is try to mitigate it. But every time you make a decision, you give up something. Opportunity cost. This is like day 4 stuff, or no, day 2 stuff I teach my kids. Day 1, basically, but day 1 is usually, hey, meet your neighbors. What are their names? Let's do, hi, I'm Mr. Shelley. Here's all my things. I also want to see Xiphopods. Xiphopods are cool as shit. The reason why it feels like ship people is all they have is because ship people are the people who are the most visible and up front. They probably do get a lot of resources too for their support and such, but they're not the only people that exist. Yes, the ship team is also probably more independent because they don't. I think they do have to rely on the like gameplay team a little bit. And that's probably where the resources they would take from other things is from the gameplay team. But I imagine the gameplay team isn't that important in the sense of like, because I know at one point CIG had their own dedicated QA for ships. Like I met multiple people who worked on the Zeus, who were dedicated QA here in Austin for the Zeus. The question is, are those people still there? I like being a code monkey. I like improving other people's code. I like maintaining and improving legacy code. Yes, Jin, because you are weird. And I wish CIG had 1 million gens, gin and tonics, so that they could fix those problems. But not everyone who gets into video gaming is there for problem solving. A lot of folks want to be there so that they can make cool shit. That was one of the problems with the ship team for a long time, is they couldn't keep people on the ship team because they would get sniped by other teams. Because like, we're going to come make more cool shit over here and we'll pay you more. I can do boring if paid enough. You're not going to be paid a lot. That's the problem. They'd be so drunk if they had that many. See what you did there. Keep in. FPS team gets funding. How about Flight Refactor? Quantum, anything but FPS PvP event location work exactly for half a patch, please. I mean, the problem... I can tell you the problem with that. We do know that the new Flight Refactor is in place. We also know that the people... This is something I heard through the grapevine, so I don't know if this is true or not. But I believe it, which is a lot of the people who were chosen to test the Flight Refactor were so pissed off at the Flight Refactor that they quit Star Citizen. Like, they just left the community because they're like, this is not the direction I want to see it going. I'm gone. So that might have pissed off some, that might have set up some red flags being like, oh fuck, maybe we need to rethink this. That is my theory as to why we do not see we do not see that refactor yet. At this point, just fucking leave it and move the fuck on, accept it for what it is. Yeah. I'm of the camp that believes that I would prefer something rather than nothing. CIG should just release a goddamn game, fix it later. But I also know that they're afraid that if they do something like that, they might alienate people and lose hardcore fans. It's like, yeah, but you'll gain people. People will go, oh, now I understand what this game is. Sure, I'll buy it. I'll bite. Let's go. Yeah, you'll lose some folks, but you're going to lose folks no matter what you do. CIG's so obsessed with this. This is a game for everyone that they like don't realize it's not. It never can be. It has to be a game for somebody. When I coded, I was better at waking up behind you and going, "You missed a comma." Walking behind you missed a comma right there. That's your problem. Than writing my own code. The flight model should be Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. I don't care what it is. Honestly, I just want it to be fun. I don't care if it's super sim or super arcadey. At this point, I just want a fucking flight model that makes sense and is balanced. It's a flight game, yes. And it should be fun. That's my point. I don't care as long as it's fun. As long as it's fun, it's balanced, it makes sense in the context of every other game loop that has to rely on flight. Not arcadey. I don't care if it's super arcadey as long as it fits with the other stuff. It's a game where they hand load cargo. Why would they go arcadey? I don't care. That's my point. It's okay if some things are more super sim and other things aren't. No, I agree with the knowledge. There's so many other things that haven't even been started yet, and the flight model is on Refactored 3 in literally 10 years. Probably more than 3, to be honest. Ice Combat is very, very popular and very, very fun. I mean, hell, the fucking Project Wingman is fairly popular, and it's also arcadey. But, you know, War Thunder has arcadey, like, styles that people enjoy. And some semi-sim styles. What needs to happen is it needs to just work for what CIG has. Yeah, it has 3 models, but like one of them is super arcadey, one of them is super sim, and there's like that in-between model. I used to always fly the in-between model when I flew in War Thunder. As long as it works, It fits in with all of the other stuff. We can get things like actual like scanning updates, so scanning gameplay can work. Popular doesn't equal good. Most people read the 5th grade level. Popular books aren't good. I don't want a popular flight model. I want a good one. I don't care. That's my point. I don't care if it's popular or unpopular. I just want it to be done. Because there are so many things in this game which have more to do with the flight model that just we don't even see touched on. Things like engineering isn't fully in. So like if the flight model isn't super sim, but the engineering is more in depth, then you add more complexity with the engineering. It's actually one of the problems I currently have with CIG in terms of at least its perception. I don't know if this is completely true or not, but I have a feeling it is, which is that CIG does not think holistically. They do not look at how the game will play as one unit. Because this person is in charge of the flight, this person is in charge of the combat balancing, this person is in charge of making the ships, this person is in charge of making engineering. And they do not talk to each other. They just make the thing they're going to make, and then they put it together and see what works. And when it becomes a flaming pile of shit, they go, oh, fuck, we need to fix this. And then just revert everything to where it was before and then never talk about it again. That's why the 1.0 roadmap seems so positive. And why I think a lot of people liked it is because it was a holistic look at the game. How does the game play beat to beat to beat to beat? It is good that they wait for the flight model until more big ship gameplay is in. Before the flight model, it was all about light fighters. Was all what light fighters want, and it was short-sighted. I agree, but one of the ways that they were always talking about balancing this was through engineering. That engineering would improve multi-crew ships to improve them overall, and that just doesn't exist. Do you think of a chance to community to fight or reinstate or for or against the Mezzers? I would hope so. Again, it really comes down to what does CIG want to do with 1.0 in terms of how they tell stories? Because up to now, what they've been doing is very linear. It's very good guy, bad guy, black and white sort of stories. Not very player choice heavy. Chris doesn't have a big picture. It doesn't have a big picture idea. He just has a pile of things he likes, and the lack of coherence is actively hurting the game. I agree, but I don't know if, like, there's got to be somebody who has a big picture idea, like Rich Tire or fucking anybody. It's curious to see how they do their flare kind of stories. I really enjoy the lore aspects of things. One of the things I was saying earlier is what CIG really needs to start doing is these sorts of events like Xenothreat need to be part of an overarching storyline that take place from event to event with a conclusion which is influenced by the players. Like the example I gave earlier is Xenothreat attacks. Next major event is the UEE has hired the Intersec Corporation, the mercenaries that we're hired to help defend against Xenothreat. They're like, hey, we need you to hunt down the commander, which is the leader of the Xenothreat. And then you just have a series of events where you have to go uncover intelligence about the whereabouts of the commander. And there's a series of like bottle missions that are just repackaged for the purpose of telling the story, and a chart that goes up. And you have this amount of time to get the intelligence to this, fully filled up, or to a certain point on a larger scale, to unlock the next step. But if you don't do it in time, then another Xenothreat event is triggered, and you have to go defend against the Xenothreat invasion, and then other consequences happen. So that way you have a threat, consequences that just don't just affect one group, but affects the whole community. And so you have players who are going to work together to solve that problem. And then you do a series of these events, which are gathering the intelligence to defeat the commander, leading to the final showdown with the commander, where you're hired to sort of take out some lieutenants at an existing base in Pyro, where you have some sort of boss battle. Culminating some boss battles with these lieutenants to try to like finally decapitate the Xenothreat organization. And then at the end of it, if you succeed, the commander is taken captive, is put in prison, and you have a little headline like the Xenothreat commander is now on trial for crimes against humanity, kind of thing. So that way people have a context and stakes of what's going on. And it's like, well, what if you want to bring back Xenothreat? They just break out of fucking prison and you could do it again, We know the commander's just a figurehead. Destro holds all the real power. Yeah, no, Xenothreat is definitely Cobra. Like, it's not even a joke that it's a Cobra. It's like a serious Cobra. Exactly, coming together and helping weave the universe further and connecting players and understanding the leaders of factions and backgrounds and such. It sounds exciting, especially to help new players understand what's happening. And if you have stakes, like if you fail, things happen. Now, I know they had this technology at one point. I don't know how far it is in a way from being implemented or being looked at again. But like, if you fail, guess what? Stanton is now going to get interdicted a lot by Xenothreat. So you'll get, even if you're just traveling through Stanton, you'll get pulled out and Xenothreat will bully you. And it's like, fuck. And if someone's like, why do I keep getting punched by these Xenothreat guys? Someone in chat can be like, oh yeah, because we failed the last event. And so it's like, what the fuck? What do you mean? So like, it gives new players sort of context. Like even new players and non-combat players feel the repercussions of the failure. Xenothreat is based in Pyro. The Vandal and Tech Smugglers are the next door Nyx system, but they attack Stanton with random people. They clearly have someone on the inside to jailbreak them. Yeah, exactly. All sorts of chances for deep lore drops and hints. Just interesting storyline, because what you do create there is the average person won't give a shit. They'll just do the event for what they need to do, like they do now. But giving stakes, giving context. I mean, people were playing the Save Stanton stuff, and because of those contexts as well, because they said, yeah, whoever wins was going to get discounts on certain things, and they'll get to like control the station around the Pyro jump point. And then they never followed through with that. In the kind of with the AA event, it just gave a decision of who could kill who. They basically removed the body of the Frontier Fighters leader from Ruin Station almost instantly. I'm just saying there just needs to be consequences. There needs to be actions and repercussions. Now, some of that would require new tech, but I'm sure a lot of the current stuff that they're doing with these events are simply them using new mission types they've developed in the past. They need to commit. They need to commit to consequences. Because I guarantee you, as long as they don't have antagonistic DM syndrome, they'll find it fun to watch players do stupid things, and they'll understand more context, be like, oh no, the players really will fucking work hard to get this done. And they can increase the difficulty. Like, the idea I just said, every event could be a little bit harder, a little bit harder, a little bit harder. And they can introduce new missions for each of these ones. Attack and defend missions, whatever. The other idea I spit out is Yorit. The Vanduul are invading Nyx. And Yorit is being held by is being sheltered by the Shattered Blade in Nyx. So Intersec is being hired to find and retrieve Yorit for his information on the Vanduul weaknesses to help the war effort. So we're being tasked to go to these various QV stations and uncover Yorit, and using the missions that already exist to try to like find information on where Yorit is. The Helldiver approach. Well, it's not just in Helldiver. It's also, someone said Guild Wars 2 did something similar. But the Helldivers is the most recent thing to look at, yes. I still don't have an undersuit slot. I wouldn't mind if they worked on that in a sec. That a sec? What do you mean undersuit slot? But are they? What is the Xenothreat? I know the Xenothreat, but like people are saying it's a ship sale. Ah, they're selling the Perseus, the Eclipse, the A2, the Inferno, the Ion, the Arrow, the Connie, the Corsair. Oh, they're selling the F8 again? Oh, the Hammerhead, the Hurricane, the Wolf, the Alpha Wolf, Paladin, the Retaliator, the Saber, the Scorpius, the Tack, the Tiburon, Harbinger. Are they doing sales of the Idris as well? I mean, yeah, it is kind of a ship sale, but like, there's no new ships. They've always done that, where like the event is just like a way they can sell more ships, but. Like, it's gone. Can't take off my undersuit for 2 patches now. Have you tried doing the character repair? CIG needs to make an event where someone inevitably destroys some of the space stations beyond repair just to have lore excuses behind removing some stations. I mean, yeah, you don't really need a lore excuse, but you can just remove them like they did with Orison. But that would also be an interesting consequence for failure. Or even a consequence for success. You know? You've succeeded in pushing Xenothreat out of Stanton, but they set off bombs on half of the Grange Point stations. So they don't exist anymore. And then you can go to those stations and they're just debris floating around in that area. It's like, you fight us, but there's consequences for fighting. I don't think Sia puts the amount of thought into gameplay as you do, Paul. I mean, sometimes I hope they do. The stuff that I just talked about isn't really that crazy of an idea. These are just sort of basic gaming game design sort of concepts. And they're not new. These are all ideas that have been stolen, that I have stolen from other games. And a lot of the stuff that I'm mentioning are stuff that CIG themselves have said in the past. Actions having consequences, having permanent effects on the universe, that kind of thing. We keep hearing about the Kruger Stingray. How much of animation has 3 different ones? What kind of ship do you think it'll be? Probably kind of like the Corsair, because the Corsair has a landing animation for like landing gear and the wings up. But if you pull up the landing gear when you take off, the wings are still out, so you have to like use the animation to completely unfurl your ship. Similar to the Scorpius has a similar one. Yeah, the Stingray, the Kruger Stingray. It's the next Kruger ship, probably in IAE. Would be my guess. I'm gonna get some water. Be right back. Your fun button is on. Everything else is on as well. I'm just wondering how many people working on Star Citizen are for narrative and gameplay, or is it mainly just tech stuff right now? There's a large group of people who work on narrative and gameplay. There are entire teams that work on narrative and gameplay. Like, Elliot's team is not small. There are 5 different writers, or at least at one point, there may be 4 or 3 writers that work with narrative. There are other people in narrative who aren't the writers either, who work with a lot of stuff. They have large numbers of people. The question is more, how many resources do they have? The why am I blanking on the name? We literally just talked about it. I'm gonna have to look it up. That's why I need water. Opportunity cost. Thank you. My brain just clicked in there. Opportunity cost. That's the opportunity cost, where whenever you give a certain team some amount of resources and time and QA and other things like that, they will be able to do more, but it'll take away from other resources you could give to other teams. And by resources, I mean just like everything, because the game isn't built individually. All right, I'll be right back.
Weapons free, y'all.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Drugs.
Two words. Distress bacon.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Good news, everyone.
Turn off the fun button. We are going to do another capsule. Capsuli, yes. Let's go. Thinking about doing some commodity hauling with a Haul C. Is autoload fixed? I do not know. Though I think exterior freight elevators do work. Oh, hi there. My name is Paul Shelley. That's right, the Paul Shelley. And this is Capsule. That's right. Capsule. Small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Thursdays. You can catch us live at twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live, where we talk about Star Citizen, lore, news, and more. We'd love to have you join us live. That being said, this is a monthly report. As always, I like to say for June 2026. As always, I like to say this is not a summary. This is a full read through. I will add some context here and there because sometimes we'll talk about as of last month and this sort of thing. Give you sort of a running explanation of what they've been talking about over the last couple of months. So sit back, grab yourself something to drink, and listen in for this complete read-through of the June 2026 monthly report. AI content. In June, the AI content team continued to support several initiatives for Alpha 4.9. They also worked alongside mission design to set up comms calls and NPCs for several upcoming missions and locations. AI content then supported performance capture shoot to ensure that the content will flow seamlessly once the audio is mastered and animations are solved. Along this, the team planned out some narrative-driven initiatives for the new behaviors and directions to explore. AI features and tech. Last month saw AI features and tech fix an issue with super heavy NPCs not being able to use their miniguns. Some human AI issues were fixed too, including NPCs continuing to fire at targets they could not see. For the Apex Valakar, the devs introduced the ability to constrain it to an area while avoiding another. It also received laser and EMP attacks, gained the ability to switch between the attacks, and improvements were made to the surface sound detection. For the Yermandi, a bug causing it to get stuck in reactions was fixed. Although not yet integrated into the PU, improvements were made to the flight AI for fleeing behind objects and counter-chasing behaviors, and updates were made to the general flight behavior. There's an entire section here which is called Creature Tech, which we'll talk a little bit more. But people are always a little, saw some people being freaked out, being like, what do you mean EMP and laser attacks? Apex Valakar ain't nothing to mess with, guys. They are crazy creatures. Animation. The animation team fleshed out animations for the Apex Valakar while planning for the next round of creatures. They also worked on the mission giver Battalia, both in her physical location and when spoken over comms. So they're definitely working on that. Something we mentioned in the roadmap roundup of how like she is going to be in the game, not in 4.9, but in 4.10 now. And I think the goal is to have her be physically in Levski. So art characters. The character art team spent the month working on a new armor set, mission rewards, updates to the Ninetales gang, and other upcoming items. Support for the Starware initiative continued too. Alongside this, the concept art team progressed with a new combat armor. Interesting to see that. Art ships. In the UK, the ships team finalized and launched the Gatak Raylan and T. Louis. They then turned their attention to another Gray's Market ship, which was parked last year due to other priorities, beginning by ensuring nothing had degraded it since it's last worked on it. So that's the Basher, which is either the Aurora with giant miniguns strapped to the side or the hybrid of a Hornet, Mustang, and Drake Buccaneer. My guess is the latter, because that was shown off in the Squadron 42 visual demo at one point. So more artists moved onto the RSI Galaxy. Further work was done for the Liberator, including integrating and repurposing numerous Anvil kit pieces from recent ships, such as the Asgard and Paladin, which significantly reduces the amount of required new content. So that's interesting. They're using those kits for the Liberator. I'll be also interested to see what the other Liberator they're going to release with, because the current trend says any old ship that's coming out is going to get a not variant, which they can sell separately and sell separate the same skin twice. More artists moved onto the RSI Galaxy following the release of the recent alien ships, helping progress across all areas. 2 new ground vehicle variants progressed quickly down the pipeline. One successfully passed a combined white box and gray box gate review, while the other is rapidly approaching its white box gate review. We also know, going back to the Galaxy, we know the Galaxy is coming out in November. So interesting that they're continuing to move along the Galaxy. 4 unannounced ships progressed too. The first, a new fighter, passed its white box gate review and will continue to have its geometry refined as part of the gray box phase in preparation for November. I would venture to guess that that's the Stingray, the Kruger Stingray. because I have a feeling that that's the IAE release ship. The second, a new ship from a Xi'an manufacturer, designed to fill a generalist role, entered pre-production. That's either a new manufacturer or Gatak. My guess is just Gatak. The third progressed towards its LOD 0 gate. As part of this, the team added detail across the hull and ensured the animation parts didn't interfere with each other. The fourth had its gray box gate review. Following this, adjustments were made to its component and weapon locations. The mocap team is currently preparing to tackle the complicated animations required for this ship. That could also be the Stingray. But if we're looking at it, it's 2 new ground vehicle variants, 4 ships, the Galaxy, the Liberator, and the Greatest Market ship. So that's 9 ships in production between now and the end of the year, which tracks up because we've got August, September, October, November, December. So that's 5 months, 9 ships, at least 2 or 3 ships for IAE. That sounds about right. Finally, North American team continued to move through the Kraken towards its gray box gate review, with focusing on utilizing the finalized Drake kit from the Ironclad. The initial lighting pass was done to set the tone across the ship. So that's Invictus next year, and of course the Liberator is IAE next year. So would be my guess. Art weapons. In June, the weapons team continued through the final phase of production on a new large caliber weapon. In addition, they pushed forward with content for upcoming patches and numerous weapon paints for upcoming variants, various upcoming events. That's probably the HMG. That's for the Super Heavy. Team's ongoing material polish pays and updates continue too. They're looking forward to upcoming tech that will require cross-team collaboration. Galaxy said to be released at IAE. Yes, that is coming out this IAE. So, and I'm guessing that the Stingray is going to be coming out this IAE as well, and probably one of those ground vehicles will be as well. The community team then supported the release of Alpha. In June, the community team kicked off Pride Month with Show Us Your Colors celebration contests, inviting players to express their creativity in honor of the myriad of colorful ways that the community shines. The team also published the May PU monthly report and prepared the many events this month had in store. The community team then supported the release of Alpha 4.8.1 and an update that introduced new missions and additional content to the game. They published a player-to-player trade update detailing recent changes designed to streamline in-game trading while limiting the potential for exploits. They also maintained a known issues thread to track which issues were being actively investigated, awaiting implementation, or already in progress. The thread was updated regularly as development addressed them. Throughout and after the release, the team kept close eye on the player feedback and sentiment, making sure development stayed informed of any emerging issues. As Alien Week made its yearly return, the team provided helpful catch-all thread highlighting the otherworldly experiences this event included. They published a QA for the new Gatak T. Louis and the Xenocrafting Challenge community contest, encouraging participants to show the alien cultures of Star Citizen have inspired them. The Bar Citizen World Tour shifted into high gear in June with International Bar Citizen Weekend, with the community team hosting this year's events in Austin, Frankfurt, Montreal, and Manchester. Attendees received a shattered Vanduul Lance display in their hangar with more chances to pick up as the tour continues. I've got one right here. I'll give away at some point. Meeting the community in person and coming together over our shared love of the verse is what Bar Citizen is all about. With many stops planned across the globe in 2026, we hope to see you there. The team also kept up the regular cadence with This Week in Star Citizen and bi-weekly roadmap updates to round out this month's many activities. Core gameplay. In June, the core gameplay team shifted to focus to a dedicated bug-fixing push alongside the player experience and QA teams. Much of the month was spent identifying the root causes of issues affecting the day-to-day gameplay, including problems with hangar and freight elevator flow, quantum travel, star map routing, and vehicles being falsely destroyed or flagged for claim. Alongside this, the team kept moving forward on a range of content, technology, and feature initiatives. The upcoming Apocalypse Arms heavy machine gun received support for the magazines mounted in the Super Heavy Suit's backpack. Players can now load magazines into the backpack by hand, even when it's worn by another player. An empty magazine now ejects automatically. This work also prompted a smaller rework of explosion damage, so it spreads more evenly across body parts. plus fixes for the ammo count display and magazines failing to eject correctly. Supporting the HMG also required changes to melee system to handle different buttstock strike damage values, which fixed a bug where they weren't dealing damage at all. Separately, holographic previews for tractor beams, beamed items now use each item's attachable offset where available, making their appearance more accurate. For item recovery, the team finished a basic version of the individual item claim mode and began work on the full version. So that's when that comes in, it's always important to note that this is the item recovery version 1. You will lose all of your gear when you die. Now, everything is still bricked when you die, and I think you can still loot people's backpacks, but everything would still be bricked. But you would get it all back if you insured it, and you'd have to go into like an actual location and pull it up. Why this is important is beyond this, it would also remove backspacing. Part of this is they said they wanted to remove the ability for you to backspace so that you wouldn't have instant travel, sort of make the items and item recovery more important. Though I also understand that this will also come with suit lockers. So it's these are like probably a hand-in-hand sort of thing. So it kind of needs suit lockers for this to work. The next step after that is a way to like unbrick items. So, but that's probably going to be a crafting thing or some other solution that they need to do. What does brick mean again? It means that you are unable to use the item. You might be able to get the item, but you cannot use it. It becomes unusable. But there's going to be some sort of system. My guess would be crafting, where you can, because the thing about crafted items is if it's bricked and you pick it, you can't use it, but you can recycle them. So if you get a piece of armor that somebody has in tier 1, in theory, that's crafted, you can take that armor, take it to a crafter, and disassemble it for its parts, even if it's bricked. That's the in theory thing that they've said in the past. So even if you can't use a fancy crafted item, you can still pull all of the valuable resources out of it. Ship paints can now be bricked and recovered like other components. Fixes went in for brick ships. They remain flyable after a full component swap. And for the loadouts not being respect after a claim. Claim time improvements also continued. To cut down on unnecessary claims, ships destroyed while in a hangar can now be claimed for free. That's going to come out with 410. For Starware, a new tool validates and repairs player and NPC loadouts, catching the setup errors that would have otherwise break compatibility. The team has also added clothing prerequisites for certain armors. For example, the Caldera Novikov suit may require a specific clothing item to be worn first. So for those of you who are familiar with how medieval armor worked, you would often have to have like a gambeson, and then on top of the gambeson, you would have your armor. It's more complicated than that, or just a bunch of people just got really mad. And please explain in detail how medieval armor layering works in the comments and explain how I'm wrong. But you get my concept is that there are, and in those who are, I believe, firefighters may recognize this because there's also certain layers of clothing you're supposed to wear underneath your jackets and other things like that. There are specific layers that you wear to prevent yourself from getting hurt. And in the military has had this off and on for years in terms of like specific layers to your uniforms. And that makes sense. This is sort of like a safety equipment requires specific undergarments to be able to wear before you pull on anything else. So I get it. Yeah, it makes sense. This is where it integrates the clothing and the armor itself. Work also began on Starware's UI, which took several iterations with UX design to get right, given the complexity of the equipment rules. New additions include a blocked state that tells players when an item can't be equipped because another item is in the way. indicators for whether a piece is spaceworthy, and an improved weight bar at the top of the inventory. So this is kind of an example of this. We've got a hood underneath the helmet. Or is that a hood on the helmet? Because that's definitely, there's no hood on the helmet, but I guess that's just, this is sort of like a state example. And then you have the like scarf that's being put on top of the helmet. We just don't see the scarf yet. And then underneath it, it's got the bandana and the glasses. And you've got gloves underneath the arms. And then because this isn't even the right, this is like a completely different undersuit. This is like the RSI space undersuit, and you got boots underneath that. So I get it. So there's different states where you can put them on. Yeah, this just looks like an update to the one we already have. Updates to several core systems were made for Starkitect, which will fundamentally change how designers place locations and sandbox content across planets. Now, harvestables and loot are context-aware of their surrounding location and environment, so designers can match loot to the environment more easily. For instance, instead of manually placing outlaw-specific loot boxes, the system will now detect that the location is outlaw-controlled and select the right loot type automatically. Crafting is undergoing a similar changes for Starkitect compatibility. And mission system required significant rework so the designers can set up mission locations and contracts at a much larger scale. Freight elevators and security systems are now Starkitect compatible as well. So effectively, it's more procedural driven. So you plop down a base. You're like, okay, I want an outlaw base here, and it'll just plop down an outlaw base with all the context you need. Like, I want loot generated. I want a freight elevator, and so the freight elevator looks like an outlaw freight elevator, and all that sorts of deal. This procedural shift also triggers a broader review of core gameplay systems. So the team rewrote how nav points are handled and access to ensure any system reading that data keeps working when the location is fully streamed out. Basically, a location only exists when somebody's looking at it. So once you've left, it will stream out, so it doesn't exist anymore. So it's stored in memory. This will allow Starkitect locations to appear correctly on the star map, be routed to, show up in Quantum Travel HUD, and support location inventories for freight elevators. For the command module, the team provided heavy post-release support, addressing player-reported bugs across hangar and air traffic control interactions, damage handling, quantum travel markers, lock doors, camera override, star map routing, physics collisions, server transition issues, room atmosphere, and more. Ahead of tech preview and player testing, the team fixed critical instancing bugs, including players losing ownership of their instance, caused it to despawn, and players being incorrectly moved into someone else's instance. Eviction logic was also added so that a player kicked from a party gets teleported to a safe location outside the instance. To support the reworked Siege of Orison, core gameplay gave the designers a way to assign NPCs to defend specific areas, removing the need for complex spawn closet setups inside instances. The designers can now also set custom respawn locations, for example, sending a player to the nearest medical facility after completing an objective, functioning as a checkpoint system. This is especially valuable for long-form content like Siege of Orison. For transport, shuttles can now be gated behind mission logic, matching functionality already available in the legacy system. The team cleared up code for elevator carriages with single door and completed a major work to bring vehicle elevators under the transport system, replacing the convoluted elevator setups many vehicles currently rely on. So it sounds like, this is actually interesting because it sounds like what we talked about with the roadmap roundup before this. They're like, oh yeah, we need to fix some things. It's like they may have just been talking about these updates that hadn't been applied yet. And they're like, why don't we apply these updates? Because this sounds like it's bringing the the vehicle elevator up to current standards, similar to the other stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we see also issues, like similar issues with like freight elevators. So it sounds like it's just like, hey, why don't we prioritize this stuff now and get this in and then figure out if it works or not? That would make sense as to why they needed to push back a lot of the stuff before 9 to 410, because if you could focus those people now on the stuff that's already been built but hasn't been implemented yet, they could implement it and see if that fixes those problems. That's interesting. Work then continued on the tool set the designers used to build mission content. With numerous workflow fixes and optimizations, the devs also began the mission board UI provider component to support local interactable mission boards, first planned for use at the new Starkitect locations. Progress also continued to bring back physical mission givers. Players can now receive a one-time comms call from a mission giver when they meet certain conditions, such as entering a specific star system. Mission delivery directly to an instance is now supported and is used by various battalion missions. Mission delivery to an instance. One of the things that is almost certainly going to happen is that the physical location of where you go meet Recco Battaglia will be instanced, would be my guess. And I'm sure all mission givers, mission like where they live inside the game, will be instant, because one of the biggest problems that MMOs have is people queuing up to mission givers because they need to do this certain mission. So like, especially at the very beginning of a new MMO coming out, all of the starter mission givers are always clogged because everyone's lining up to get them. So, interesting. To close out some of the work on the ship hangar service feature, the team added support for missile containers when stacking missiles on a cargo grid. Finally, for social and orgs, chat was re-implemented with more robust customizable tabs. A new location-based channel lets players near a planet chat with others in the vicinity, automatically switching channels as they move between areas. The team also entered the discovery phase for a reworked Friends app. They're crawling towards those social features. It may take them all year to get some basic stuff done, but at least they're getting some stuff done. All right, creature content. In June, the creature team worked on various improvements to the existing behaviors of the Valakar family. Work on the Apex Sand Valakar, a variant, is still underway, with the team refining the gameplay to provide a better experience to players' ships. Pre-production for a brand new creature family began. So this is not a Valakar, not a Yormandi, not a Copian, and not a Marak. So it's a brand new one. My guess is that this is either the Stalker or the Crab family. Those are the two that we haven't seen yet that are combat variants. And the Crab would be, I'm leaning towards the Crab because the Crab is cooler. But yeah. Pre-production for a brand new creature family began with exploration around visual identity, silhouettes, combat legibility, and gameplay archetypes going through various rounds of iteration. Economy. What economy? Last month, the economy team evaluated the economic data from Alpha 4.8 release and worked to improve some of the underlying systems, such as repair and reclaim. This will allow outliers to be more reasonably priced and the systems to work more intuitively. Mission design. Progress continued on Siege of Orison, with the mission team pushing the boundaries of the technology and working through the limitations as they come up. The upcoming Battaglia missions received polish through June 2, with improvement plans being made to ensure the devs achieve the experience they want. Following the recent armor rebalance, which changed tags ships use to spawn in combat missions, the team are now beginning to rebalance the mission content, with the first being the defend ship archetype. Narrative. Narrative started the month working with mission design on several parallel events that are scattered across upcoming patches. This will be in tandem with the narrative designers, who will help generate placeholder versions of any scripted lines, so reviews are more reflective of the final experience. This also includes initial passes on mission text, objectives, and markers to further provide context and direction. Narrative also started to break down future patches to understand what additional content might be needed from a performance capture or voiceover perspective. In addition to this, the team continued their evergreen tasks of writing names and descriptions for new items, armors pieces, weapons, ships, and paints. All right, online technology. This can be a little bit more, an R&D are a little bit more heavy in terms of like techno jargon. So if you do understand the canticles of the Omnissiah and know how to take apart and put together a electric engine by hand, maybe you can explain some of these in the comments below. Over the past month, the Live Tools team made significant progress across their all of their internal tools, wrapping up several long-running projects while shipping a steady stream of updates and fixes. The biggest was the completion of 2 major overhauls to Hex, the internal platform used by player support and operational staff. The first was a full visual and experience redesign called Hex 4.0, which established the fresh look and feel that will guide all future development on the platform. Second was an expanded set of player investigation tools, giving support teams richer information and faster ways to look into player accounts, track item ownership history, and manage entitlements. Multiple Hex releases also went out during this period, delivering new features, improvements, and critical fixes, including security patches to access management and back-end components. For Bootstrap, the tool that helps developers quickly set up and configure their local work environments, the team continued to resolve reliability issues. Moreover, they advanced the design phase of a larger overhaul aimed at making the overall developer experience significantly smoother. The devs continued to improve how crashes are captured and reported. The improvements made data richer and more actionable for those investigating issues. Panic Switch, the live incident management tool, also received ongoing polish and bug fixes. For instance, the completion of a configuration migration that had been in progress for some time. The team additionally began work on automatically handling crash reports tied to an unknown hardware issue affecting a specific generation of Intel processors. This will reduce the manual effort needed from operations staff to triage those incidents. Online service team resolved over 30 bugs across 2 weekly cycles and focused on a mix of upcoming player-facing features and live game stability work. The biggest area of active development was item recovery, known as item imprint. The long-awaited feature will allow players to reclaim items lost due to bugs or crashes. Online services completed a key alignment session with the UI team to nail down how the individual item claim flow will work. This includes how the game handles a player's full list of owned items and lets them selectively recover what's missing. Significant work also went into addressing stability issues with the game's mission and contract systems. Dedicated design and technical review sessions were held, and a formal optimization effort was created to rebuild the contract generation process in a more efficient way. The global database sharding work, which improves how player data is distributed across servers at scale, was completed. The team also moved deeper into the discovery and design phase for the future crafting and refining system. They held multiple sessions to resolve complex questions around how crafted items interact with player-owned equipment, insurance, and persistent item upgrades. It wasn't too bad, but the R&D tends to be a little bit more, but it's shorter. In June, further progress was made to improve the look of gas clouds. Jesus Christ. They've been working on gas clouds for, I swear, like 2 years in R&D. This is constant. Every month, gas clouds, gas clouds, gas clouds. And support for density-based LUT to recolor gas clouds was added, and the phase function that controls how light is scattered was improved. Moreover, the min-max ray march path was simplified and optimized. Focus then switched back to ground fog. The new model, which was finalized earlier this year, was added into production. As a finishing touch, support for local height was also, as well as density, was added. This is cheaper to evaluate and render, extends the visible range, and improves the modeling aspect of ground fog and its lighting. It will also self-shadow as well as cast shadows like rain volumes and clouds. Part of this work includes optimization for the atmosphere ray marcher. Lastly, broken sub-object culling was fixed. VFX. In June, the VFX team finished the last of their Alpha 4.8 content work by giving the Raylan and T. Louis a full pass. The alien visuals were always fun to work on, and the images attached are definitely a show why. VFX team. Beyond Alpha 4.8, VFX also started on their pass on Siege of Orison to provide high-impact atmospheric visuals to help evaluate the already intense mission and locations. Work has also begun upcoming weapons and vehicles. So, what did we learn today? A lot, actually. A lot of work has been put into new creatures. We have a brand new creature family that's coming in. There's new work on stuff for Siege of Orison. Obviously, Siege of Orison and the new super heavy armor and weapon and Wreck Battalion missions. Those are all the main focus. However, Starchitect is getting a major overhaul, a major additions. It's sort of coming to fruition. Item Recovery version 1 is coming to fruition. And what was the other one that was part of this? Starcloth is finally, or Starware is finally coming into more finalized. It's entering the UI phase for that sort of thing. There's like 9 ships that are coming out in the next, or 8 ships in the new year, plus 2 ships which are being worked on long term, the Kraken and the Liberator. Lots of updates to the Valakar and other creatures, and of course AI support. Most of this, the big part seems to be the Starware, the Starchitect, and the item recovery stuff. That seems to be the biggest sort of new things that we've seen. So, thank you for watching. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below on any of these things. Do you think I'm crazy? Actually, not even think crazy. I want to know, what creature family do you think, of what we know, do you think we might see? Or maybe we're seeing what we don't know about yet. Tell me what creature you would like to see, kind of creature family you'd like to see in Star Citizen. And as always, if you did enjoy this, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Remember, we do this live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/theastropub and youtube.com/theastropub live. Love to have you join us live. And as always, remember, hope to see you someday in the black. Almost did the Astro Story outro. Birds. Or more specifically, Boyds. I think we'll get fishes, since they had worked on swimming animations previously. Well, based off of fishes would be Boyds, similar to Boyds, and like rats are similar in that sense. I love to see scary humanoid creature that would make a game, the game so intense, especially in ASD facilities. That would be the Stalker, the sort of bear / Yeti, Bigfoot kind of creature. Astro, you sound pissed at CIG. Why? I'm not mad at CIG. Oh, I'd love to see the Blue Man. There's no point being mad at CIG, because I don't control CIG. If I say something that sounds like I'm mad, I'm probably more frustrated with CIG and would like to see them adjust. And I'm definitely more cynical about CIG. I'm disappointed like my father before me. Let me put it this way. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be covering Star Citizen. I would have left and been like, fuck off, I'm done. Your villain art has been great to watch. The funny thing is that everything I've been saying up to now, I have said in the past. I just usually don't talk about it at once. Like, one of my biggest frustrations with CIG is always been specifically, it feels like CIG doesn't have a cohesive idea of what the game is going to be. And I give you an example of this is I've always used Mech Warrior as an example. Mech Warrior is based off the old BattleTech game. Hey, Brian Havoc. And as a result, it borrowed all of the rules from BattleTech. That include things like overheat, internal system damage, armor, the types of weapons. They streamlined the weapons to like small laser, medium laser, large laser, the different AC sizes. But they also added other interesting things like different laser types, pulse lasers, ER lasers, and of course changed that with the clans and stuff like that. And that balance together was built from the beginning. They always had an idea of what the game would look like and feel like. And sometimes that would change from iteration to iteration in MechWarrior or even on the tabletop. But the same basic rules governed that game and still govern it today. There are no basic rules governing CIG's gameplay decisions, which is the reason why we've had 3 different flight models in like 10 years, 3 to 4 different flight models in 10 years, which shows you that CIG can't even get their own, can't even just decide on some basic rules for flight in their flight game. Like, have a rule set and stick to it. He is mad at CIG. He is mad. Why did I hitch my cart to this falling star? What the fuck you talking about, Ocean? Hey, Jinxie. I always love your videos over the years. Nice to say hi. Hey, Jinxie. Good to see you live. Okay, but what did BattleTech borrow from? Well, the designs were borrowed from a bunch of different Sunrise anime back in the past. But I don't know what they borrowed from directly. I'm sure they borrowed from other systems at the time. Like, not Warhammer, because Warhammer was brand new at that time. I'm sure D&D. I'd have to look up. I'm sure the people who made BattleTech would have an understanding. Jin literally plays D&D. Jin Talk literally plays D&D with one of the guys who created BattleTech, who he might be able to know a little bit more. But it doesn't really matter if they borrowed from it. The point is that they had a framework they worked from. They built a framework and built it off that framework. I'll give you an example of this, and anyone here can answer this. Why is a Carrack a Corvette? Why is the Carrack a Corvette and the Ironclad is also the same classification? Why are they both the same classification according to CIG? Size? Well, let's look up their size. A Carrack is 76 meters wide, 126 meters long, and 30 meters high. And a Ironclad is 39 meters wide, 115 meters long, and 13 meters high. So the Carrack is double the width and twice the height of the ironclad, but its length is similar. So while they're similarly in length, their size is very different. The mass of a Carrack is 3 tons, 3,275,858 kilograms. And the ironclad is 72,000 kilograms. So, like quite literally, like God, 6 times the weight for the Carrack. Better example, this is the Polaris to ironclad. That's also true. The Polaris is also considered a corvette, and the ironclad is considered a corvette. Corvette typically means small, fast attack ship with light armor and high firepower. I wouldn't consider the Carrack to have high firepower. The Polaris, sure, but the Carrack? You see my point? There is no unifying feature. And CIG doesn't want to tell us why this is the case. So, in effect, what they're doing is simply guessing. They're vibe deciding. They're deciding by vibes what is in what category. So then you come to the problems of like ship variants and, ship sizes that are somewhere between the medium and large. What do they classify as? The 400i, for example. They call that because it sounds cool. That's the problem. Let's look at the Perseus. The Perseus is a heavy gunship, which is 4 tons, or 4 million kilograms. I imagine it's a ton, but I don't know. Maybe it's 4,000 tons, I don't know. I don't know my kilogram to ton ratio. I'd guess a good classification gives them a baseline for performance and handling. Sure. The problem is that there are so many different, between the Carrack and the Perseus, they handle and perform completely different. They have different roles. So using them in the same category when they don't even have any of the same components. 4,000 tons. Okay. 1,000 kilograms to a ton. Okay. So yeah, this is 4,000 tons. Okay, I'm sorry. You may be right. GTA 6, I hear will be asked. CIG has a chance. What are you talking about? Yes, but we need to know what a Corvette is. CIG doesn't want to tell us what a Corvette's, what classifies a ship as a Corvette, which tells me they don't know. There is no classification of a Corvette. They just make shit up as they go to sort of fit that. I can tell you the difference between a light mech and a medium mech. A medium mech is 40 tons or higher. So it can hold up to 40 tons of armor, weapons, and other things, is a medium. And a light is below that. So all you have to do is look at how much armor and weapons that can this frame hold, and it's a light, medium, heavy, or assault. Easy classification for designers, players, simple. Now the Perseus is a gunship. The fact that you're still arguing over what's going on without any idea, because you're like, wait, isn't Corvette a wrong classification? That's the problem. There is no classification that they're working with because they're just inventing shit, which is going to cause problems when you have an outlier ship that doesn't meet the vibes check of whatever this classification is. And I would urge CIG to tell us what the fuck the classifications are and what makes them that classification. Because if we understood the logic behind it, maybe it would be easier for us to give feedback on what those ships should do. Does that make sense? If we understood the parameters upon which these classifications are made, we could give feedback better. If we're like, it doesn't matter if people are arguing what's a frigate versus a corvette or whatever the fuck. If CIG says this is what a corvette is in Star Citizen, we would go, all right, now we know what a corvette is. And then if CIG said, we could go, all right, now that we know what a corvette is, what should a corvette do? What should the corvette class be indicative of? If we know what it is, what should that be indicative of? If it's like fast, big, gunny gun. Okay, fast, big, gunny gun. Then the Ironclad should probably get a little bit of speed boost because it's not fast, you know? So classification doesn't really matter. A Paladin or a couple of Gladiuses can agree. They have no concept of how anything works. It's about selling ships, nothing beyond that. That's my point. If CIG actually told us what the classification system was based on, which I believe is just vibes, but if they actually did have a hard system, they should tell us so that we understand what's supposed to do what. Because if they did have a hard system and everyone knew about it, then you could balance it better. Gunny gun tech, got it, yeah. Well, they could set armor values and shield values. Exactly. It could be a shield, a Corvette is this much armor and this much shield minimum. Then you get a little bit of understanding of the difference between a light, medium, and heavy fighter, because a light fighter would have between this much and this much armor and this much shields. Then you could have some variation, because you could have a light fighter that has a lot of armor but no shields, or a lot of shields but no armor. And then you could improve that by swapping the shields out for something. Probably armor would probably be better than shields. So you could have like different levels of armor, and then the ones that have less armor have more power for whatever reason. Or stick with me here, define the system and go back and reclassify everything. Just rip the band off and say, we had a major retcon, oops. That's fine. That's what I mean by like classification system. Because once you have a classification system, you can go back and change those classifications and match them with what they were doing. That's kind of what the, what's the master modes? The master modes thing was supposed to do. But they never really gave a reason for why they classified everything as. Like, for instance, everyone's like, a Buccaneer's a light fighter. No, it's a medium fighter. They reclassified it in the master modes as a medium interceptor. I love how everyone chat is completely certain about what ship class is what. Very few criteria being discussed. Why would I want to do CIG's work for them, Seamus? CIG doesn't want to talk with me. If I set up something that was logical and consistent and went through all of the ships and fixed the problems for them, they A, wouldn't pay attention, B, wouldn't care, and C, wouldn't matter because then I'm not CIG. James? Okay, sorry. Because like my solution, I like the solution of armor because it's a simple solution. What classifies what ship is its armor value, which is easy. It's an easy, because you don't have to change the components of a ship. You don't have to change anything other than a value that barely matters. Really. Last triggering note. What's your wild prediction theory for Star Citizen before the end of the year? Castra. They're going to try to release Castra as a full system. It won't have anything but like the landing zone. Maybe even not even have the landing zone, just the systems. But a sudden rush of people Googling what class ships of classifies constitutes capitals. Doesn't really matter. But we have tier 1 base building in 27, probably tier 0. But it'll only be on the ships that have been overhauled with the new Genesis tech. Again, the point of me saying all this stuff is to say that, like, these are questions that I would love to have answered by CIG, because I feel like it would help the player base help CIG with their own balancing efforts and to cause less friction to happen. But the fact that they don't have that is frustrating, because it's something that almost every game would have worked out very early on in their kind of general development. Like a racer to set up tech in F1. CIG can set categories however they wish, but it's clear that nothing is set, and CIG seems to loathe to nail anything down. The thing is that the second you set up something simple like armor values as the baseline classifier, you can change armor values. So you can move ships into different categories as needed. But it allows for you to adjust things to make them make sense based off of each other. World War II is great for exploring ship classification simply because of the last era we had corvettes, frigates, cruisers, battleships, battlecruisers, minesweepers, auxiliaries in use. But a lot of those things could easily become subcategories, like this is a capital and it is a cruiser, or battlecruiser is its subcategory. This is a corvette, and these are the subcategories of corvette: transport corvette, exploration corvette, gunship corvette, and torpedo corvette. And those will then allow for frameworks for ship developers. So when new ships are made, they can slot into those categories. They can build, okay, well, this is what we want to do. And then they can go, hey, that fits with this category here. Let's focus on that category. And now you have ships that are being released, instead of it just being, hey, isn't this cool? It's like, hey, isn't this cool? And it fits in the role that we want it to fit in. So you don't have ships that are sort of vestigial organs, as they were, or vestigial ships, we'll call them, where they're like designed and nobody gives a shit about them anymore because they're kind of pointless. Snub fighters, even the T. Louis kind of is in that like sent out to die sort of thing. Armor tier 0 values, tier 1 more armored areas over other ships, tier 3 physicalized armor. Yeah. I know in lore that most of the point defense cannons are decommissioned on Castra too, but do you think they'll get rid of armistice zones? They will have them work? I mean, I don't know if they'll ever get rid of armistice zones. I would love for them to do, but we'll see. The two things that truly classify a ship are mass and maximum gun size. Yeah, but you're talking about modern naval ships, not spaceships. It's easy for like a game like MechWarrior or BattleTech to have armor or have tonnage be the classification because they're mechs. So there's not really a designation for it, but I think they probably borrowed that designation from tanks. I feel like tanks have similar designations between light, medium, heavy tanks, or at least used to, in terms of like the armor values that would determine it, or the weight which would determine it. Yeah, get her pharmacy done so we get Ellis, I can refine and murder Trevor Basque. Hey, fair assault. So, to cap this all off, I'm not mad. I'm simply... not disappointed is the wrong word. I'm frustrated by the direction that CIG is going with the game they currently have, and would desperately want them to start to coalesce and create a game rather than this endless hamster wheel of new thing come in, new thing break, not fixed for 4 months, maybe get fixed after 4 months, or the entire community requires the entire community to go, this patch fucking sucked, for them to actually sit back and reflect on what they're doing and then maybe fix it 6 months down the line. Like, it's been 14 years. With them already starting to look at Squadron 42 release in the next 6 to 9 months. 6 to 9. This should be a factor. This should be things that they should set. I know they haven't done them, but they should do them. Seamus, why are they even worried about GTA 6 not coming to PC? These are all the games releasing in November of 2026. Do you recognize any of them other than Grand Theft Auto 6? And if you look, the entire week of Grand Theft Auto 6 and almost 2 weeks afterwards, except for one game, there are no games being released. It has almost a week before, the week of, and almost the week after, completely empty. Why do you think this is the case? Look how many they're releasing on the 1st, on a Sunday. Now, most of these are also like indie releases, indies. This is a remake, indie, or this is not a remake, this is a new one. These are all PC games. Some of these are PC only games. And they're avoiding this like the plague. There's a handful of them. The early. A lot of these are indie releases. There's Dragon Quest, which is the only big one that's being released on the 3rd of December. And it looks like it's possibly a release. And a bunch of these are for the 31st because they say 2026, but there's no actual date for them. Let's see if Squadron 42 is on here. These are all ones that have release for 2026 in their name, but there's no date that they've given yet. It's a lot. No Squadron yet. Not that I could see, at least. I bet a lot of these are simply releasing November 2026. I think that's, or December 2026. And I think that's probably what these are too. So my point being is other PC-only games are avoiding Grand Theft Auto. So why would Squadron 42 avoid Grand Theft Auto? The same reason why everybody else is avoiding them. Like, there's only 2 games that are releasing on PC that are major games that are releasing on multiple, like large ones. One's a remake, Godzilla Destroy All Monsters, and the other one is Barbie Rewind. Citation, please, there, Seamus. That PC gamers don't have consoles anymore. I know plenty of PC gamers who have PlayStations or have Switches. Some PC gamers do. It doesn't really matter what y'all think is actually happening. The biggest issue is oxygen. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to suck the oxygen out of discussions. The only reason why people aren't talking about Grand Theft Auto 6 right now is because the World Cup is going on. So if you go on social media, most people will be talking about the World Cup if you stumble upon anything else. The week of November 16th through November 20th is going to be nothing but Grand Theft Auto 6. In fact, I imagine Grand Theft Auto 6 will be talked about for the rest of November. The only thing that will get Grand Theft Auto 6 out of the top discussions and social media is likely to be Thanksgiving here in America. Rome. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even show you October. October would also be a stupid idea. Here's what October looks like. Dragon's Dogma 2 is getting an expansion. On the day they're doing their revamp. Star Conflict is coming out on Saturday on the 10th. Planet Zoo 2, Valor Mortis, Enshrouded is releasing to live. Toy Story, Castlevania, Tales of Eternia, Final Fantasy Resonance, Modern Warfare 4. So yeah, CIG releasing this point is probably dumb. exceedingly dumb, or even here. Because by then, Modern Warfare is going to start sucking up people's attention. If on top of that, you've got Star Wars Galactic Racer on the 6th, and Ace Combat 8 on the 2nd, the people who would play Squadron 42 would be playing these games. They would have already purchased these games. Let me show you next year. Here's January 2027. Nothing. Here's February 2027. Or not much. Probably the biggest one is Persona 4, but that's Persona 4. And maybe Fable. Fable is probably the big one that you'd want to stay away from. Here's March. Nothing. Here's April. Application error. So, if CIG announced a 2027 release date in the next couple of months for Squadron 42, maybe say May of 2027, they would be the only people releasing in May of 2027, and anyone who would be even remotely worried about them would have to schedule around them versus vice versa. I am not anticipating on the launch day of GTA 6, I am not anticipating any students or many students to be at my at my class that week, especially the day of and the day after. The auto flu, yeah. When was GTA 6 going to PC though? We have no idea. There is no indication of when they're releasing to PC. But the thing you have to really understand about GTA or about GTA and PC is that it takes years for them to port to PC. Minimum 1, possibly 2 years or more. Because Take-Two, not necessarily Rockstar, Take-Two absolutely fucking hates the PC market. They dislike the PC market because they see PC gamers as cheap. They won't buy their shark cards. They won't buy their DLC. They don't like the fact that people will mod their games so that they can play it the way they want to. I guarantee you that special edition version of GTA 6 that's $100 that everyone's buying because they want all the content. They can't pull that shit on PC because people will just mod in the missing content. Because I'm sure it's just a check. Does game have this? Yes. Click yes. December 2027 or February 2028 if timeline of GTA 5. Yeah. Between 1 and 2 years. You beach? Yeah, exactly. PC gamers are routinely more cheap, and they routinely will bypass a lot of the stuff that console gamers can't. Maybe if Squadron 42 was releasing the second week or first week of October of this year, they could do it, but they're not. The earliest they would release, we know now, would be the week after their special preview event, which would be dumb. Class plan for GTA launch day? I haven't figured it out yet, but I know I'm not going to plan for major stuff. What if CIG plans some sort of pre-release to make good on the 2026 date, then go wide sometime in 2027? There is no indication of that. I think that's just wishful thinking. In a best case scenario, I think they would release the first mission, the prologue mission, as a free demo, or it's a demo for people who back the game, or for people who pre-order the game this year, and then release the rest of the game next year. That would probably be a lot of people would be okay with that. But I don't think CIG has put any because that would require CIG pulling resources away from either Squadron or Star Citizen to make that work. I still think it's a good idea, because post-release it would be a great way of saying, hey, here's the first level, play it for free, see if you like it. I'm actually kind of glad that they're delaying it, because it would be a hell of a thing to try to go head to head with Ace Combat 8. It has more hype than Squadron does. It is a well-known flight game, arcade, but still flight. It's going to soak up a lot of attention when it comes to that sort of thing. And Star Wars Galactic Racer, or the Star Wars racing game, is getting a lot of attention now. It will definitely overshadow anything CIG releases if they try to. People would argue that Squadron, Chris said that they were going to do a shorter marketing period, but shorter marketing period would be a couple of months, not weeks. It's an uphill battle for Squadron no matter what. Right now, the field is very open March or April of 2027. So if CIG released anywhere between March and May is their biggest concurrence in Star Citizen. So if May is their biggest concurrence rate, that would be a great time to release Squadron alongside, Invictus. Big event for Star Citizen, release of Squadron 42. You get a double hype. You have the games backing, bouncing off of each other for that. It's an easy marketing win, and no games release in May. So release in early May. Yeah, but those ads weren't Squadron 42, they were Star Citizen. Well, nothing is announced for May yet. Be the behemoth people want to avoid. Don't try to pick a spot that is already being taken up by other games. By announcing a release in May, in August or September, they would basically be bulldozing anybody else who would be announcing there. May is a sort of a decent month. The original Overwatch released in May. So it's a month you can release games in that can do well. Squadron 42 is the only behemoth in the minds of the backers in CR. No major game is going to release in May. It's not a AAA release window typically. And there's no game that I can think of that has been announced that is like a potential release that would release next year in May. And the only other games that would have to that CIG would have to really worry about sucking up the oxygen would be Exodus and Osiris. The Expanse game and the Exodus game, which is sort of both are sort of very Mass Effect-y and have similar crossovers in terms of audiences. And I guarantee you Squadron 42 with its cast and with its fidelity would probably scare Alcat and I forget the name of people who make Exodus, but it would scare those devs away from their release. They wouldn't want to compete with them. But May release also synergizes with Invictus and Kraken release. Yeah. Like if you look at this, the cast of Squadron 42 alone, no one wants to try to beat that. Look at the fidelity, you look at the casts, you look at even the controversy. $1 billion game finally releases 15 years after announcement. Like that's going to get plenty of people interested in looking. On top of that, the cult is going to buy the game. Like, I will probably buy it, almost certainly buy it on Steam when it comes out on Steam, that because like I want it on my Steam library, even though I'd already have it. Other people would buy versions themselves for other reasons. You can't seriously look at me and say players who spend fucking $5,000 on a digital JPEG wouldn't spend $100 to $120 on a special edition. So you automatically have a group of people who are going to spend their money on that and not on another game. I mean, I bought the fucking Titanfall 2 Helmet Edition. For general gamers, it's not even on the map. Not yet. But the articles, the cast, the fidelity, the way a game looks, the curiosity, the looky-loos of the $1 billion game being released, the half the cost of GTA 6 release, the fans already locked in to purchase it. There's a reason why I compare Squadron to Baldur's Gate, because while it's not the same genre, it has a lot of the similar sort of things going for it. Number one, it's from a somewhat established brand. Yeah, it might be a niche brand because Baldur's Gate was always niche. But it has its fan base. Star Citizen and Squadron 42 in the same IP, they're the same universe. Yeah, it's not perfect, but like there are fans who will support it no matter what. It is a higher effort game than previous versions of them are. And it's sort of bringing back an old style of game that didn't really exist before it, or hasn't existed for a while. It's significantly large. There's just a lot of similarities between BG3 and Squadron. BG3 was helped by a lot of the controversies too. Yeah, it got a lot of attention. It got a lot of people buzz and stuff like that. The only thing that would kill Squadron is bugs. Bugs in a bad release. Since they're not releasing this year, I think bugs would be the only concern. And by not releasing this year, it gives them more time to work on bugs. As a wild analogy, at least 1,000 times more people know about D&D and Baldur's Gate than Chris Roberts' properties, for sure. But not every single person who knows D&D bought Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate was also out in early access and had a lot of people who had played around with it before then, so they were exposed to it. I think being focused on the on it being a perfect analogy is the problem. Because it's not a perfect analogy, but it's a good analogy in terms of a lot of the similar factors. There's nothing else that's like Star Citizen or Squadron 42. And to simply write it off as an immediate failure is a mistake, because that's just assuming that CIG's fucking awful at everything. Lower question. Squadron 42 is like 15 years before Star Citizen. When will the third installment of Squadron 42 take place in history? We don't know. My guess is probably the end, with probably 3 years after the beginning. The beginning starts in 2945. The actual game takes place in 2946. Part 2 is probably 2947, and Part 3 is probably 2948, unless they have some skipping time. So Part 3 could take place, if it's done, within 12 years of its actual time. I think what Murasaki was trying to do was say, yeah, even though I know people who play D&D, they passed on it because they thought it was a single player game, not a co-op game, because it is a co-op experience. You can play it as a co-op experience. I'm looking around for an answer to a question about exec hangers, but can't seem to find a reliable yes or no. Would you happen to know if the hangers are currently still bugged and 3 synced in terms of timer, or are they rotating properly? I think they're still bugged. I have not heard any updates or fixes to the exec hangers in a long time. So I would RX Sunshine, I would assume that it's bugged. It also had Lyrian's pedigree. Divinity and Divinity 2 were incredible. Of course they were. But I'm not talking about Baldur's Gate 3 and Squadron 42 as similar style games or similar performing games. I'm simply using their exterior properties in terms of things that made them engaging or interesting to consumers that are similar. No problem. What I'm trying to say is I'm looking at it from the perspective of a marketer, of somebody who's looking at how would you release this game. And the only things that are even similar enough to release in terms of its unique properties that Squadron has is like BG3. Revel in York when? I don't know. But when he's talking about exec hangers, he's talking about when you go to the contested zones, you can get those different blades, and then you can turn those blades in at an executive hangar and get a free ship out of it. They haven't really worked on contested zones and executive hangars in forever, and I think the executive hangars are still broken. I have no doubt Squadron 42 will be cool and well-crafted game. The biggest question is the bugs. That is the biggest question. Well, as a person who submitted many BG3 tickets, I will say that most of the EA drama was people blaming Larian for Larian gamers. Are fickle and French starters. As per everything, it requires hydrodynamic server meshing spatula to release an order for those functions to work properly in an estimated release date of after major ship sales or next year, maybe. Yeah, when it comes to fixes in Star Citizen right now, yeah. Squadron 42 will be broken. It's just the question is how broken is it? Because every game is broken when it's released. There is no such thing as the perfect game. Baldur's Gate 3 is a great example. Baldur's Gate 3 was great for the first act, but like Act 3 was a fucking nightmare. There were so many game-stopping bugs for Act 3, but by then people had already played like 40 hours of the game. So they didn't really, it was frustrating, but they'd already kind of locked in for that long. So really, CIG should focus on the first, I would say, 10 to 20 hours of the game to really polish the shit out of it and make sure it really shines and has no bugs. And then the rest of that be focused, like the hour 10 on, to be undergo like post-game release bug fixes. It had mild issues in Act 3. Man, I had heard some fucking horror stories of absolute game-breaking bugs in Act 3 when it first released. Now, I think it's better now, but yeah. I think Squadron's going to look like 318. I don't know. I have faith that it won't, but I don't know enough about the internals at CIG to know how bad it is. All I can tell you is what I've heard from people inside the company, and some of them are concerned about it. In the heart, yeah. So you want ridiculous bugs in the end? People will finish the thing under a week. They don't have time to fix it after release. Not that I want to have ridiculous bugs. I don't want any ridiculous bugs. But the reality is that they can't put it off forever, and they'll eventually have to release it. And CIG is clearly not going to delay the release another year. When they delay it to 2027, they're not going to delay it again to 2028, because they could spend forever polishing it. And there are some bugs which just, will happen no matter what you do. So it's a question of like, for certain systems and stuff like that, it's a way of mitigating it so that the vast majority of people don't experience problems. Or if the bugs are simply minor and easily like work around them. God damn it. Someone thinking they're very funny. Balance, which is the point. They really can't afford a bad PR of a broken Bethesda release. No. But I want you all to be very, very, real. There is no chance in hell Squadron 42 doesn't release with bugs. Because there's not a single game that has ever released that has not been released with bugs. What the point of it is going to be mitigating the biggest problems with the bugs. Zero. Everyone hide all the valuables. Zero is here. Welcome everyone from Zero Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01 Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Hide your dads. Yes.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Games on N64 released without bugs. That's hilarious because of how many bugs I know that exist on Super Mario 64 alone.
Space game.
ITS Dibbles just resubscribed for 40 months. UWU.
Ooh woo. Thank you so much for that 40 months of support there, Dibbles. You're very important, popular, very impressive business, very beautiful pedestrians. You rock, trust and fuse and tell y'all, trust and fuse. Holy
Take away
shit.
my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never,
ever
ever.
take away my space game.
Hourglass Mage _ just resubscribed for 39 months.
Thank you so much for that 39 months of support. You're very important, popular, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fourth return, drinking. I trust and cheers to chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. Sort of wrapping up the discussion here, but what were you up to there, Zero? I mean, you know you probably got to go to sleep because it is super late. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. Thank you, Vinny. We just wrapped up going through the roadmap roundup and the monthly report. Monthly report is big. For those of you who missed it, there's Starkitect news, Starware news, and item recovery version 1 news. Effectively, I wouldn't say super soon, but like probably 3 to 6 months away from Starware coming in, and a little closer for Starkitect. So we may have both by the end of the year. We'll see. Super close for CIG in CIG terms. You remember this is June, so and they did a UI mock-up for Starware. And if I'm remembering correctly, they did a similar UI mock-up for the new UI back in like November, October of last year. And then they implemented that new UI in like February of this year, I want to say. So similar timescales. It's July, dude. The monthly reports comes from June, though. So the monthly report is a month backdated. Each monthly report is backdated. Predictions on coming to the PU now that we're halfway through the year, Paul. I'm still iffy on if Castro's going to come at the end of the year. I think it's a wild shot that they might, because Chris might just want to throw it out there to be like, hey, look, we did it. You know? Do you think they'll animate things like the removal of hoods when Starware comes in? Possibly. So, Paul, how long on Squadron Warrior 2 release before someone mods CJ and for all NPCs? It depends on how quickly people can mod it. Yeah, I can't give a report on reviews or on reviews work that hasn't happened yet. Exactly. So we don't know when that mock-up for the Starware UI was done. It could happen at the beginning of the month. It could happen at the end of the month. We don't know. But using similar stuff they've showed off in the past, and CIG is nothing but if not a creature of habit, it's somewhere between 3 to 6 months. So 3 months from June would be September, and 6 months would be December. So I'd like to add hooded cloak poncho to my armor. I think it would be a cool idea to have a hood up and hood down option. Like if you clicked on the hood, if you had a hood of your armor, you clicked on it, you could have an option hood up, hood down, and it'll just like set the animation, or just set it at different stats. Forget CJ. What's your best time on Thomas the Tank Engine replacing the King ship? It's not Bethesda. The real thing is how quickly will people be able to break CIG's game in terms of modding it? I have faith of the heart that this community is technical enough to start fucking with shit in Squadron 42, if not on day one, then at least in the first month. We still need Nick's finished and new Hurston. Casper is another one, if not two. Starkitect would change a lot of timelines. Yeah, it really depends, because Starkitect is more important internally than it is externally. But I also know that, for instance, we're unlikely to see all of Pyro or Stanton be overhauled until next year. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if CIG releases Castra and then backs up and does Pyro, and then leaves Stanton as it is until they have the new building tech. What's your prediction for the subflare items in the patch bundle for July? The armored clothing and the CQB bullpup rifle. At the very least, they're probably going to have the new rifle there. How far do you think the building tech is from being complete to produce updates to the PU, Paul? Not a clue. If anything, it's probably obsolete in many ways because they stopped working on it to work on Genesis. And remember, Genesis is not just the planet tech; it's also weather tech.
Genesis?
Genesis? What I really want is a poncho, a jacket or poncho to go over armor. Clipper paint, CQ7 suit armor. Yeah, I think that'd probably be it because they're already doing the Clipper paint for the Wicklow, but that's going to happen in August. How long before there's a T65 in Squad 42 after release? That depends on what the T65, what the Super Heavy, if the Super Heavy is playable or not. A really, really big sombrero and clown shoes. You think we'll have a forbidden planet? There's a no-go? Yeah, it's called Hades. Entire system's a no-go. You can fly through it, but you're not supposed to land on the planets. I just want physicalized coring my turds on my spaceship toilet that I flush and stay on planets 6 months after I log out and return to it. Oh, fuck. No! No more coffee cups in forests. Having experienced persistence, I fucking don't want it anymore, CIG. Chris, I don't fucking want this shit anymore. I just want a fucking functioning game. Pull that shit out. There's no point. It's not even fun. Finding garbage in the woods isn't fun. It's like, you can already tell that because how many ships do you see piled up on station platforms or around like landing locations? And just piles of useless cargo, which is all contracted, just dotting everywhere. Like it's just pointless. It doesn't add flavor. It just looks like clutter. I've got a one for y'all. How long before people break down the Squad 42 code frameworks and use it as a key to make local persistent universes? That depends on the organization of mod teams, the willingness to go diving into the spaghetti code that is CIG's code, and how much alcohol there is in the actual universe that people need to consume to get through that. Because I think it's going to happen. I think there's enough desire for localized persistent universe that there will be a mod team that puts it together. There's enough technical skill and talent in the Star Citizen fan community that it'll happen. And like I said, I think that's how we get private servers for Star Citizen, is effectively 5M or Red M, which took the single player version of GTA and then hacked it to make it work with multiplayer. And that's how we got GTA RP. I think Star Citizen RP is going to be a thing within, 6 to 12 months of Squadron's release. Will base building be with this Nyx planets? Yeah, it just won't be released when Nyx planets release. We're still a year away from base building. Didn't they already admit that Squadron 42 is always online? I have never heard anything that says Squadron 42 is always online. I never realized the GTRP was built on the campaign, not the online servers. Yep. The 5M launcher is entirely built using a modified version of single player, GTA single player. Yeah. They did the same thing to Red Dead Redemption to create Red M, and has similar, Red Dead Redemption RP. The biggest thing I think is, and this is going to be embarrassing, I think, for CIG, which is, I believe once the Star Citizen community gets its hands on Squadron 42, they may put together some mods and a version of like Star Citizen, which people will prefer over the persistent universe. They'll fix CIG's problems, because the few times this stuff like this has happened in Star Citizen, people legitimately preferred the player versions than Star Citizen's versions, CIG's version. And while CIG was like, this is neat, they quickly went, well, let's fix this problem, so this loophole, so they can't do it anymore. This was back in the Arena Commander days, when people were basically hacking Arena Commander to make their own versions. Was it public how much Rockstar paid for 5M? It was millions, I think. But yeah, it was public, but it was very high price that they purchased it for. I tried to find the comment, but all of Google show me some Astrogut Pub guys claiming it's delayed. That's because Google's hot garbage now. Yeah, I don't know if it was tens of millions. It was a lot of money. $20 million? Woof. The closest thing we had to any indication that Squadron might be online is that they said that the framework that Squadron uses is the same framework as Star Citizen, in that they spin up a server on your PC, and then your application works as your player going through the server on the PC. And they use that to describe, because they were like, there's other games that use that same sort of tech, where it's like you create up a virtual server on your machine and that hosts your player, and that's how they do that. So it's one of the reasons why they needed object container streaming, so they could stream in and out content that your player would see. Squadron 42 would record that you completed it, so the Star Citizen character would get the military retirement benefit. So make shift before gameplay. It's one of the reasons why I firmly believe that this dedicated community will reverse engineer Squadron to create Star Citizen. Because in theory, you should be able to import Star Citizen information, Star Citizen maps into Squadron. And so you would just bring up Squadron 42 and load up a level, and that level would just be Star Citizen. Like, it would be like stand-up. I don't think you'd probably be able to have the entire persistent universe as it exists, but you might be able to do like a system. So piracy, according to the Entertainment Software Association. God, I heard about that. Yeah. So fucking crazy. Yes, a private server in Minecraft is piracy. It's illegal. It's against the law. I also don't think CIG is ready for that reality. And it'll really come down to, does CIG, is CIG willing to send out cease and desists to people who try to do this? Yeah, you would be launching Squadron 42 through the launcher, though. Yes, I believe that is the case. You will be launching Squadron 42 through the launcher. But to give you context, you also have to launch GTA 5 through the launcher. That doesn't mean you can't hack a separate client. Other than the 64-bit precision, movable physics grids, and planet tech, the rest of the concepts that attracted the original backers to the PU are being replaced with cookie-cutter MMORPG solutions. That makes me sad. I was talking with some folks the other day, and they said something which I think I agree with, but I'm not sure if I fully agree with, which is that slowly, CIG is killing the Star Citizen that people who backed before 2020 wanted. But they're also building a game that newer folks will find engaging. Like, Star Citizen, is Star Citizen dying? Yes. But it's more like it's transforming into something else. It's a butterfly, and maybe that caterpillar turning into a butterfly turns into a shit butterfly. Maybe it's a great butterfly. We don't know. Is it because of leadership? I think it's because of a lot of different things. Leadership is part of it, but it's also likely just it's taken so long to release that now that they actually have their baseline technologies in, they're going, what do we make? Sort of a, what the fuck do we do now? And because there was never a hard and fast plan of what the gameplay was going to look like, they're just coming up with it on the spot. If CIG had all the money back for all of the Kickstarter goals not met, all the promises not kept, and all the hype generated out of the marketing buzz, how much money would that be left? I don't know what you're talking about, Don. And whether that butterfly will be good or not depends on each individual observer. People have diverse likes and opinions. Why am I getting all these bots suddenly? That's interesting. I had to ban one on YouTube too. I messed up my comment up. Well, I was asking if they had to give that money back, what would they be left with as the company? Nothing. They'd be out. They don't have any money to give you. CIG has sold it all. They've spent it all. You even if the entire community was able to force CIG to pay them back, they would have to disband as a company and we wouldn't get any of our money back. We'd get a fraction of the money back, if anything. Yeah, most of it was spent on wages. Then some of it is spent on just like rent for offices, the cost of building new offices, the cost of having the materials, the cost of server tech, all that kind of stuff, or servers, that kind of stuff. The AI invasion has begun. It's because you made an anti-AI Star Citizen video, Paul. I'm gonna have to like pop off here shortly, but the craziest comment I saw on that video is someone was claiming that we are technically just into general AI right now in our current timeline, in our current day, with LLMs. And I'm like, what the fuck are you smoking? There is no expert I have ever heard that claims LLMs are general AI. Plenty of people smoking the ass of people like Elon and Sam Altman. You know, the same people who are like, it's the future, man. You gotta get with it. But like, not a single expert I've ever seen says that LLMs are general AI. Compute network fees, tools, wages, buildings, and so on. Yeah. No joke, every ad watching that video was AI promotion. Real Amazon AI horror stuff? Shit. If you generally believe Gen AI is AGI, I got a bridge to sell you in New Jersey you might be interested in. Yeah. Levy, New Orleans. The proof you have general AI is if you can present a problem it has never been trained for and can infer its way into a correct solution. There's lots of things for general AI But the general rule of AI, of a Gen AI, is that AGI is a human. Basically recreating a human. And while LLMs are deceptive, they can seem like they're very smart or very alive. This is going to be the most weeb fucking explanation. But for those of you who've seen Freerin, the anime, I realized that in Freerin, demons are described as animals that mimic humans as a means to hunt humans, because they know that they can walk and talk and act like humans. They can play on things like sympathies and empathy, and then use that sympathy and empathy to turn against them and betray them and attack them. But they're really just animals who discovered how to mimic enough to get by and get what they needed to. Yeah, entities. Not even animals, but they're like animals. They're just entities that can mimic human speech and to use them to hunt. That's kind of what LLMs are. They mimic human speech and actions, but have no concept of what they mean at all. They're from another plane, True Demons. I haven't read the full manga, so I couldn't tell you the whole thing about demons. But like the way that demons are described in the Freerin anime as sort of mimicking, but not actually having the intelligence or the emotion of a human. The plagiarism machine, yes. So Gen AI is a Terminator. Kind of. Gen AI is being used in weapons in Ukraine by Ukrainian weapons to supplement loss of connection from a operator. The fun part about the Star Citizen lore that I discovered is effectively something like an LLM would be banned under the Star Citizen AI rules. The definition of what an AI is in Star Citizen, let me pull it up so I can show you all what I mean. So any software or hardware that can convincingly imitate intelligent human behavior. Arguably, LLMs fall into that category. A lot of technology that we have today falls into that category. So anything that falls into that category is under the purview of the Artificial Research, the AI Research and Production Restriction Act, which means that anything like that, government funding cannot be funded to it. The Senate has to approve even privately funded research for it, and if approved, it has to be strictly supervised by the committee. And a notice of approval can be revoked at any time, and you cannot sell it any product that displays any of these signs of artificial intelligence. Almost like there was a video on AI laws in the UAE posted recently. I know. I wonder who by. But in doing research for that video, I realized, like, yeah, pretty much anything that we have today, even like chatbots, would be considered AI, according to this definition. Not just modern LLMs. Like, there are chatbots that date back to the 90s that passed the Turing test. Fuck, there are bots that were developed back in the 70s that passed the Turing test. Anything that passes the Turing test is AI, and thus is banned. So it's like, why is Star Citizen seems so backwards? Because literally 1970s technology is too advanced for the UEE. Some mods would count, yeah. Now, does that mean that technology is impossible to go forward? No, it just means that there's anything that is even similar to that would get heavily regulated by the government. And you couldn't sell it. If you couldn't sell it, it can't be a product that's used by private companies. It would have to be developed in-house and under heavy government restrictions. Eliza, a simple chatbot, the strength of which depended on the dictionary coded into it. Yep. The Turing test, it turns out, is a pretty silly test of potential AI and vastly overestimates typical human intelligence. Yes, it was also Alan Turing who created the first ever, like, mechanical computer. And we're talking in the 40s. I think he came up with the test in the 30s, if not the 40s. So we're talking about a time period when the current level of technology is unfathomable to them. It's just was funny because there's plenty of humans who can't pass the Turing test. He created the idea of the test that had nothing to use it on at the time. Yeah, so he was just spitballing. It turns out the Turing test isn't as good as it was originally envisioned. It's kind of like the what's the law that said that compute would double and microchips would shrink, reduce by 2 every 10 years? Moore's law. Moore's law is wrong too. We've reached the limits of Moore's law. When people make these rules, it's more of a guideline based off of wild ass assumptions with the data they had at the time. First Moore's law. Listen, Turing test makes a great story, a great story framing with things like Ex Machina and stuff. Eliza was a program written in the late 1960s. I thought it was the early 70s, but yeah. I remember Eliza was used as a what was it called? Like an automated therapist. It was the concept of it was to be used as an automated therapist. Yeah, Hanlon's razor, Occam's razor, yeah. Yeah, Eliza was good at being able to turn any statement given to it into a question to get more information. So it was good at seeing a statement, recreating it into a question, and then sending that question back to the user. Like, how does that make you feel? Why do you think that? What's the reason for this? It was that sort of, it was doing the Socratic method back at the user. It wasn't an actual therapist and wouldn't have done well as a therapist, but it was mimicking what people are used to in therapy with CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. So in high school, in the early 80s, I used a slightly modified Eliza to get to the school secretary to reveal the combination of the school's computer lab for me. That's awesome. Guide the conversation, yes. Did that was her best friend? Ooh. No, not the other CBT, cognitive behavior therapy. But yeah, the next lore video I'm doing is the UEE will fall. So I'm doing an analysis of how weak the UEE is using things like the state of Stanton, like how Stanton came about, and also like the rise of Terra to sort of emphasize that no matter what we do, the United Empire of Earth is not going to be able to function. It's going to fall based off of what we know in lore and meta reasons, but also in lore, because we just know that Terra is on the rise. And that video is going to be about 20 minutes long, and it's going to go to the Patreons first for about a month, and then it'll go to everybody else in August. It'll probably go to the members in August, and then a week later go to everybody else. I am also working on the volume 1 or part 1 of the complete history of Star Citizen lore. So it's the first 5 episodes condensed into one. Got to get that audio out to my my editor soon. I've also got a video on the nature of, that's probably going to take me a little bit longer, so probably be the end of the month, the nature of interspace. And I'm working on a complete history of Aegis Dynamics. So for the lore folks, you got a lot of videos coming soon. And hopefully I've got enough videos in the backlog to release in August and September when I don't feel like making videos. I also am planning on working on a video probably for August on the lore, the complete guide to Infinite Warfare. The lore of Infinite Warfare, everything you need to know about the lore of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. That'll be fun. And then, do you think we'll have a way to stop it? No, Sean. The reality is that Earth is going to fall, and what happens after Earth falls and the UEE breaks is more a matter of what players do and what CIG wants to happen. There will be a split between East and West. There will be some sort of conflict. And the question is more, how will that conflict evolve and what will come out of the fall of Earth? Will we see a new empire rise on Earth? Will we see a new government rise on Earth? Will we see a completely separate government rise on Terra? So on and so forth. Does Terra have a force akin to the UEE or alien tech akin to it? No, but Terra is like the economic powerhouse of the Empire. It has it's the economic center. It is the cultural center, like movies, television, music, all of that kind of stuff is really centered in Terra. Most of the major news organizations exist in Terra. Give you an idea. Like clothing, fashion is really like Terra influences a lot. So like culturally and economically, Terra controls a lot of the UE. And while they don't have a defense force, they do have a lot of connections to people like the Bremen Defense Force and have a lot of connections to other private military organizations. Anvil, for instance, is headquartered in Terra. So is Origin. I want to say there's a couple of other companies like that too that are headquartered in Terra. But like, if the war splits, then Anvil sides with Terra. almost certain, which means anything that Anvil produces will be produced for Terra, not for Earth. Hurston would probably break for Terra as well because of how close Hurston is to Terra. They would be a wild card, but they probably would break towards Terra. Same with Crusader. Same with Tumbril. Well, Tumbril may not because they're Centauri, so they're a little far away. They're closer to Earth. But they're also closely allied with the Xi'an. So the Xi'an would probably lend forces, if not, like, send out aid to Terra to help them. Also, life under Terra would probably be better for the Tavaran, though that would also be a split. I think it'd be hard to hit. Aegis is located in Davion, which is one jump away from Earth. The galaxy's burning. I guess I have to back the Messers and Aegis. Now I'm rooting for the bad guys. Great. Not necessarily the bad guys. RSI is also headquartered on Earth. So RSI is one of the most influential companies in the verse, and they would definitely shape whatever comes after the UEE on Earth. Oh, Bering. Bering is also on Terra. They're a huge Terra company, and they make fuck tons of things for the UE Navy. Basically, the UE Navy wouldn't have any replacement parts. Like the main guns that are on the Bengal, the main guns that are probably on the Odin. Yeah, the Percy. You also got to remember that things are going to get a lot weirder when that happens. The Federated Commonwealth? Maybe. Earth might turn into less of an empire and more of a democracy. And then there probably wouldn't be a lot of conflict between Terra and Earth at that point. But Terra would almost certainly transform into what they've always wanted, which is the Democratic Stellar Union. The DSU. Which is what they wanted to turn the UEE into after the fall of the Messers, and it didn't happen. Oh, yes, Davion. Because of the Federated Suns. I get the joke. But yeah, no, that's the reason. I almost guarantee you that's the reason why it's called the Davion system. It's because it's probably named after BattleTech, after the Davion. Because I mean, you've got Horus system, you've got Magnus system, you've got obviously Centauri, which is a kind of a common one. Which kind of citizen are you? Yes, I get the movie reference. Drunken Thought, UE develops an AI that infiltrates the Vanduul, only to become a weeb that draws grimdark cartoons. All right, y'all. It's almost past midnight here. We've been streaming a lot. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for hanging out. I will not be back tomorrow or Saturday because tomorrow I've got other obligations and I'll be working on some other stuff. Saturday is the 4th. I'm spending that time with my family and friends, so I will not be available on the 4th, but I will be back on the 5th and the 6th. We'll be hanging out with the League of Relic Enthusiasts, my organization. I believe we're going to be doing a public event on that Sunday as well. So if you want to come grind up your or grind down the Xenothreat progression line, we'll be hanging out with a bunch of crew, sharing missions, and doing all of those kind of things. Again, for those of you in Canada, I wish you had hope you had a good Canada Day, and for my fellow Americans, I wish you all a happy 4th of July. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.